Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk. Yes, sir. Call this meeting to order. Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and Commissioners. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending or potential litigation, real estate, and personnel.
No, second.
I have a motion and a second. There's a question on the floor. If we're going to.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Commissioner from the 10th, please state your point, sir.
This is, can I address the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Brown, as far as most likely we're going to be going legal discussing this administrator position on if we're going to move forward, how do we get to the point where we're voting here on the floor? Because apparently we're not allowed to vote in legal, and unless I know you had stated before we can. So tell me, how do we get to the position where we vote here for the candidates that's listed, the two candidates actually that's been listed a couple weeks ago? I can't hear you.
You turn your mic on.
Commissioner Guilford Mel Johnson, as to agenda items, the agenda item before you is whether or not to go into executive session for discussion of personnel, real estate, or pending or potential litigation. Once you go in and to discuss any of those items, then your question can be posed on the floor. Right now, you do not have a public agenda item to discuss what you requested.
It's a point of personal privilege.
So, Attorney Brown?
Yes, sir.
You have the list of what's going to be discussed in legal?
We have personnel, real estate, and pending and potential litigation. Those subject matters, the details of those subject matter are under executive session privilege. So it is, I think it's not deemed appropriate to discuss those matters prior to going into executive session. You would need an agenda item if what you're seeking to discuss right now is the process. I think
it's the process.
I'll be happy to. I'm very happy to answer your question, and I think you can get the answer to your question in due time to do the voting that you want to do.
The question that I wanted answered, I'd rather for it to be answered here in the public as far as once we get behind closed doors, then we're going to hear, hey, we can't come out of this room without everybody in consensus or voting, which both is the same thing in my book, whether you raise hands, you use your voice, or a nod. Would that be correct?
Well, what be correct?
Is the only way to come out of legal to vote for the candidates is to vote in legal?
No,
or
sir.
Can we make a motion as soon as we come out of legal?
To come out and make a motion regarding those candidates that does not require that you vote in legal.
Okay.
I think that's what you asked. Do you have to vote in legal in order to come out here? The answer would be no, you are not limited by that. You can make any motion that you like regarding personnel that we discussed in legal when you come back out. You are not restricted.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 10th. All right, I have a motion. I see Commissioner from the 7th. You in the queue,
I just
sir?
want clarity on what he just said. Attorney Brown, you said that we could come out and discuss
You come out and make a motion, I said.
a motion of a candidate when we get out of legal is what you're saying we can do.
Yes, you can do that. It's always a matter of the will of the body, how the outcome of that.
That means we can do it. Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Garrett, you still in the queue? You good, sir?
Yes, I was going to ask about item number 3 of the special call meeting, if we were going to handle that before we went into executive session, and what the emergency status of this item was since it was added to the special call meeting.
Administrator Dowse.
Sure, please forgive my voice. I have a sore throat. But it is required by the Georgia Department of Transportation that the commission approve our public transit agency safety plan. The safety committee with transit met last week and approved the plan. And this was the earliest that we could get the plan approved prior to January 31st. Hence the reason why I requested it to be on the agenda, on the special call agenda for the commission to approve it.
So it needs to be approved by the 31st?
It must be approved by the 31st, yes.
Thank you.
All right, the colleagues will have a motion and a proper second to go to executive session. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
I saw it. I don't know if you can scroll to this. Are they voting anything yet? They may have an executive session.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams and Mr. Tony Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now in executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here today. It's going to take just a few more minutes. We're waiting on the attorney, the administrator, and our clerk of the commission. They're wrapping up a few items, and we'll be with you in just a few minutes. Just want to give you a heads up. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen. I see him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here. Madam Clerk, I'll call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. We will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
I have a proper motion and second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Wait a minute.
That motion carries with Mr. Tony Lewis and Ms. Francine Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. We had a motion to ratify the purchase of 2403 Mount Auburn Street by Augusta, Georgia, by and through the Housing and Community Development Department through Augusta, Georgia Land Bank in the amount of $1,300,000 for the purchase of an ongoing redevelopment efforts in accordance with the Sand Hills Neighborhood Urban Development Master Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see a few colleagues in the queue before there's a call for a motion. Commissioner Williams from the 5th, you up, sir?
Yes, sir.
You need to pull your mic a little closer if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Is Director Hawthorne Welter here?
Director Welcher.
I have one more question.
All right, Director Welcher, will you approach, please, sir? Commissioner Williams?
Yes, sir. Mr. Welcher, can you please explain one more time exactly what you thought the procedures were when purchasing the Mount Auburn Street?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, members of the commission. So, purchase of Weed School was a byproduct of a redevelopment plan, of course, that was approved by our commission back in 2019, 2020. As a part of that, over the last 3 to 4 years, Housing and Community Development Department has been working with various partners as well as the Land Bank to begin the redevelopment of transformation of neighborhood back into a thriving community. You know, based on that, from a housing perspective, affordable housing is alive and well. The demolition and clearance of abated properties is alive and well. So the uptick in the next step in that is to sort of hurriedly repopulate and look at some commercial assets. So we did that, came before committee in a legal session, seeking interest to look at a commercial property known as 2403. At that time, we moved forward with the appraisal as well as other environmental aspects of this respective property. Based on that, our due diligence, we were confident in our efforts to be able to move forward. So I think based on that, we sort of moved forward also in August to look at funding from a CDBG perspective, which would be the major primary funding source to acquire. At that time, we sought commission approval on the floor, August 1. That approval was given. Then at that time, we came back before you in another session on September 26th to say, hey, we've done our due diligence. We feel good about exactly this purchase, this acquisition. It will serve actually as a nucleus as we move to sort of continue our revitalization efforts, similar to other areas that we're revitalizing. We asked for your blessing at that time to be able to move forward to acquire the property and working through our land bank, thus is process that we use in some aspect in the previous years.
And just to follow up, without calling any names, there was a mention that the property, I don't remember exactly how it was stated, would probably go for 1.2 million or so. That's pretty much just a yes or no question, pretty much.
Yeah, that was conversation. Yes, sir.
That was the conversation. Ultimately, you guys bought it for 1.3 million.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, yes, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve, please.
All right, there's a motion from the Commissioner from the 4th, second from the Commissioner from the 5th. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
That motion carries 9-1, with Ms. McKnight voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Turner Brown, is there another motion, sir?
Yes, sir. We have one additional motion.
Yes,
Motion
sir.
to approve the hiring of Mr. Kyle Alfonso as Augusta Engineering Project Engineer Infrastructure and Program Delivery in the Engineering and Environmental Services Department at an annual salary of $110,000 and the customary benefits provided Augusta employees with an effective date of March 2nd, 2024.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, there's a promotion, seconded by the Commissioner from the 5th. Attorney Brown, before we vote, obviously you're in the queue, sir.
Thank you, sir. The administrator is asking for a checking of the name. Yes, the name of the employee is Cal, K-Y-L-E, Alonzo, A-L-O-N-S-O. That's for the record.
For the record, it's Kyle Alonzo.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and I have a second. So, Madam Clerk, with that, for Kyle Alonzo, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown. You need to turn your mic on, please.
We have one other motion, Mayor Johnson. We will request a motion to approve the granting of a non-exclusive easement upon Augusta's property commonly known as 3705 Old Waynesboro Road, Fire Station Number 1. And that easement will be granted to RTB Investments, LLC. That transaction will be closed under the direction and guidance of Augusta Law Department.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Motion to approve, but I don't think this is fire station number 1.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Fire Station, ma'am.
17.
Fire Station 17.
Fire
Attorney Brown.
Station 17, and the sum being paid for this easement is $10,000.
Motion to approve.
All right, got a motion and a second. That's Commissioner from the 9th and Commissioner from the 7th. All right, let's vote, colleagues. All right,
It's unanimous.
all right, Attorney Brown.
There are no further motions.
All right, that concludes our business.
There's no further motions from executive session
All right,
at this time.
at this time, thank you, Attorney Brown. There are no further motions. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Al Mason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to hire Tamika Allen as the next city administrator for the city of Augusta.
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir, I'm coming to you, sir. All right, I don't see you in the queue. There you go. All right, Commissioner Williams, you have the floor, sir.
yeah, we just want a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Is there any objection to a roll call vote?
No objection.
No objections. All right,
And
Can I?
all right.
Mayor Johnson, just for clarity, while this vote is taking place, I believe we want to make it clear for the record that the nominations remain open.
Yes, sir. So these nominations remain open. And just so the public knows, we have 2 names that are under consideration today. And it's our intent to vote on these in the public, which I believe it's your right to know as we vote. And the request has been made that it be a roll call vote. So I see Commissioner Brown, you're in the queue. Or you,
Well, clarity, because we closed the nomination for today to vote on the person. We don't have to vote on the second one if nobody nominates them. Is that correct?
If the nominations remain open until a person is appointed. Once a person is appointed by 6 votes or more, then the position is filled. There can be no further nomination because the position would be filled.
But we don't close the nomination today based on the 2 candidates like we have before and every time I've been up here?
For today,
We
yes.
close the nomination for today, and that's what I'm about to do because I don't think there's another motion for the other candidate. So I was closing the nomination so we can vote on the one person before us. like we've done every time I've been up here.
Attorney Brown.
This is an appointment to a position. This is not a board. This is a position. The mayor has offered 2 names for consideration. I believe that it's proper to proceed with the motion that's on the floor. If the person receives, in this case, Ms. Allen, if Ms. Allen receives 6 votes, the commission will not be prohibited from considering the other name.
All right. All right. I see a lot of folks in the queue. Commissioner Mason, you good? I see your mic's on, sir.
I'm in the queue because I'm ready to vote.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk.
I'm on the bottom.
You're on the bottom. Commissioner Williams?
Yeah.
All right. You're up, sir.
Okay, now we did discuss that if we don't get either one of these 2, that you will bring up number 3, correct? He said today.
I have to make a submission to this body, but according to our attorney, we cannot vote today. It has to remain open.
But you can bring the name up
Yes,
today.
sir. And that's my intention. It is. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
All right. Madam Clerk. Roll call vote.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Guilfoyle. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Johnson,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mason,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Abstain.
That motion fails, 5-4-1.
All right. Let's, parliamentarian, let's continue with the next name, please, sir. I don't think he requires a nomination, does it?
That was my inquiry.
The name has to be placed on the floor.
On the floor, okay.
Even though you know who it is,
Right.
it has to be placed on the floor in public.
All right. So Richard Chess is also under consideration from this body, and I think Mr. Chess deserves a vote if he's made a finalist. So, Madam Clerk, if this body does not object, I think we need to do another roll call vote for Mr. Robert Chess. Okay.
Well,
I
I'm just going
believe,
to
Mr.
call for
Mayor,
a
you
roll
need
call.
someone to nominate
Right,
that
okay,
person
you got
other
it.
than
All right,
yourself.
all right.
I'll do it. I'm not about
Okay.
to for
All
it.
right.
I'll do it.
All right. So
Mr. Johnson's in the queue.
I'm going through. Commissioner Johnson, I see you in the queue
Yeah,
first,
just
sir.
for the sake of the process, I'll nominate Richard Chess.
Second.
Just for the sake of the process.
All right. Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Nominations don't need seconds, but
Okay.
did you have a second?
You don't need one for nomination.
You don't need one.
Mr. Bobby Williams? Who seconded?
Alvin
Mr.
Mason.
Mason?
That's
Okay.
right.
Mr. Chess?
You don't need a second.
Why?
Not on a nomination. You don't need a second.
All right. We're getting ready to roll call vote. Anybody in the queue? Anybody want to say anything before we do this roll call vote? Seeing nobody. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Franum?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Guilfoyle? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Johnson?
No, ma'am. I can't get in the queue. Somebody drop out.
Oh,
I'll drop it.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mason?
no, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Scott?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams? That motion fails 2-8.
Attorney Brown, for clarification, that candidate received 8 votes as a no. Does that disqualify him from the furtherance of this process?
Neither candidates you voted on today move forward.
Okay, need to move forward. All right.
I'm in the queue.
All right. Commissioner Mason, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to request reconsideration for Ms. Allen as the administrator for Augusta Richmond County.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion. Attorney Brown, Madam Clerk, and there's a proper second for reconsideration. Is there anybody else in the queue? I see
I didn't get
Commissioner
that second. Who seconded that?
Franum.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, get in the queue, sir. Turn your mic on, please. All right, I'll drop it. All right. All right, Commissioner from the 5th, you have a question of clarity. You have the floor, sir.
Going to the attorney first, please.
Yes, sir. Attorney Brown.
Mr. Attorney Brown,
Yes, sir.
first we vote on whether to consider, and if that goes well, then you vote on the person, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you for clarity.
Roll call vote for consideration.
Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Guilfoyle.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mason.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That's unanimous.
Roll call.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Wait a second. I'm trying to get in the queue. Somebody needs to drop by.
Sorry.
All right. I know. I agree. All right, Attorney Brown.
The meeting, your present status is that a motion to reconsider has been approved. That candidate may now be reconsidered.
Thank you so much, Attorney Brown. All right, before we vote, there's some colleagues in the queue. Anybody, Commissioner from the 4th, you have anything you want to state before we do this roll call vote?
Nope, I'm ready for the roll call vote.
All right.
Do we need to add that, Mr. Attorney?
Add what? Say your name again.
Do I need to say the name again, or you said she can be reconsidered based on what I said? I asked for reconsideration. That's all that's necessary, right?
For lack of controversy, I would suggest that you state the name that you're voting on.
I make a motion that we
You're nominating.
Nominate.
sir.
I make a motion that we nominate Tamika Allen as the next city administrator for Augusta Richmond County.
You don't need a second.
Yeah, you don't need a second. You need a second. All right. All right. So there is a second nomination for Ms. Tamika Allen. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Guilfoyle. Mr. Johnson.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mason.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam.
No, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams. That motion fails 5-4-1.
All right. Attorney Brown, ladies and gentlemen, obviously we've gone through 2 rounds of this, and we haven't gotten anywhere.
Point of personal privilege, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 7th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to state that today is a day of why on May 20th, everybody in Augusta Richmond County needs to vote for the mayor to have a vote. And I highly suggest that y'all support that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly appreciate you being here today. The charter states that the mayor nominates all candidates for consideration of this body to be the next administrator. The charter also states that should no candidate receive 6 votes, he shall submit the remaining names. At this point, Attorney Brown, to this body, we're prepared to follow the letter and law of the charter. I now submit to Kia Douse for consideration. Attorney Brown has stated that we cannot have that vote today, and that per our charter and per our rules and state law, her name has to be made public for 14 days. It has not been 14 days. So as I understand, perhaps at our next meeting, Ms. Douse will be under consideration of a vote by this body. Attorney Brown.
Just for clarity, the name and paperwork for Ms. Douse was released last Friday. It is correct. It is the Open Records Act that prevents a vote on a name for a head of agency until at least 14 days has passed after the release to the public of the name of the candidate. Therefore, the 14 days not having passed since last Friday, that name would not be eligible today for this, for consideration or nomination.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Commissioner Mason, I see you in the queue, sir.
Yes, just for a point of clarity, we'll bring back the 3rd name at the next commission meeting, or?
I'm not quite sure if it made it in 14 days.
The next scheduled meeting at which that name could be, the next scheduled regular meeting at at which that name could be considered would be the next special call and committee meeting, which is 2 weeks from today.
Okay, and another point of clarity, that does not prohibit the name of Ms. Allen being voted on at that time as well, does it?
The next name that to be considered would be the third person's name. After that, the commission will have the right to consider what process it used for recruitment going forward. But it is not absolutely prohibited by law for the commission to modify its process after the next name is considered.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, certainly appreciate you being here today. While we're disappointed we couldn't get a decision made in 2 weeks, we will get one. Thank y'all for being here. Commissioner from the 7th, you in the queue.
I'm ready to go to
all right.
committees.
All right. Thank y'all for being here. Ladies and gentlemen,
We'll give them
quietly.
30 seconds. We'll give them 30 seconds. We have another agenda item?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's what Joe Ray gave, right? Shit, ain't my girl. That's Bobby girl. Bobby girl. All right. Ladies, if you will, if you don't mind, continue those conversations outside. We got a little bit of business to do here. All right. Madam Clerk, as I understand, we have one more item.
Motion to approve the Public Transit Agency Safety Plan as drafted for the Augusta Transit Department by the Georgia Department of Transportation in accordance with 49 CFR 673.11A1.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion from the Commissioner from the 3rd and second from the Commissioner from the 10th. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Franum, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our business for this?
Yes, sir.
All right. This meeting's hereby adjourned, and I turn it over to, let's see, Public Services Committee. Commissioner Franum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to Public Services, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. All right. Madam Clerk, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
What about the boathouse? Is that not my committee?
Oh, we do. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm not coming from Ms. Bonner. I'm just keeping everybody straight.
Can we just technically add update on the Augusta Boathouse from our Central Services Department?
Any objectors on the committee? None noted. All right, we're going to delete agenda item number 1, asked by the department head. And then if there's no questions from the colleagues, we're going to consent the following agenda items. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 14. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 14. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I know I'm not on the committee, but I have a quick question about number 9 before you all vote on it.
All right, we'll take 9 off.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to that effect?
You got it.
Can I get a second, please? Second from the 5th, Commissioner Williams. Second voting, please. You want to be on this committee?
It's unanimous.
All right, we're going to start with agenda item number 2, please.
Item number 2 is the Augusta Canal Authority announcing retirement of Mr. Dayton Sherrouse and the introduction of the new Executive Director, Tyler Sneed.
All right, Mr. Sherrouse.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come down here today and hopefully give you, well, I think it's some exciting news. But before I do that, I want to recognize our chairman, Mr. Richard Isdale, and Vice Chairman Russ Gamble are sitting in the audience today. Been a big help to us. And also like to thank you, this body, for giving us the consideration and approval for some funding for FY23 this year for the first time. Wasn't what we asked for, but it's appreciated, and it'll be put to good use. But this process, back in 2021, I decided that it was time for me to step aside and do some other things, enjoying life, and after 52 years or so. And so the Canal Authority contracted with the Georgia Center for Nonprofits to come in and do an organizational assessment of our operation. And the result of that, among other things, said that the authority had to develop a exit plan, if you want to call it that, for me departing and hiring somebody to take my place. That was completed in 2021, and then the authority took over a special committee, which both the Chairman Isdale and Vice Chairman Gamble were a part of that, to come up with a process which was completed in 2022. And then after last year, we put that into effect, and after a lengthy process, we selected, or the authority, the board, approved the selection of Mr. Tyler Sneed as the new director to replace me. And he came on board at the end of November, the same time that I departed. And so the whole purpose of today was I'd like to introduce Tyler to you and ask you to give him the same cooperation and support you've given me many years on a variety of topics and subjects. And so I'll turn it over to Tyler and let him tell you a little bit about himself and any other comments he may have.
Thank you, David.
And Tyler, if you can state your name and address for the record, just so I have it.
Tyler Sneed, 2914 Westchester Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the commission, Mr. Mayor, it's an honor to stand before you today as a newly hired director of the Augusta Canal Authority. I was born and raised in Augusta. I'm a graduate of Aquinas High School and hold 2 degrees from Augusta University. Augusta is my home. It's where I met and married my wife, and where I'm raising my children. Throughout my life, I've done my best to act as an ambassador to our community. I serve on the Augusta University Alumni Board. I'm the parade chairman for the St. Patrick's Day Parade, a participant in Leadership Augusta, and a proud member of the Augusta Rugby Club. I look forward to continuing to advocate for Augusta in this new role. The Augusta Canal is one of our greatest assets in the river region. It combines local history with the natural environment. It provides the citizens of Augusta with free recreational opportunities, including kayaking, hiking, and biking. The Canal Authority's mission is to preserve, develop, and manage the National Heritage Area as a public resource in accordance with our master plan. We do so through 5 main areas of focus: conservation, historic preservation, education, recreation, and economic development. The level of responsibility that I take on is not lost to me. I know I have big shoes to fill left by my predecessor, Mr. Sherrouse. but I've enjoyed the challenge these past 2 months. I look forward to working with the commission as we continue to expand the trail system, increase access, and assist in the development of our great community. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have of me or of the canal at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler, for that. We have a colleague, Commissioner McKnight.
I just want to say thank you so much for all you've done, Mr. Sherrouse. We appreciate it and miss you, but I also want to say that I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Guilford.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler Sneed. I look forward for the new ideas from the young generation coming to the Canal Authority. Number one, I've been knowing you for a long time. I also have served with Dayton Sherrouse with the CVB. We've done some great things here. We actually put the CVB down here on downtown. And Dayton, good luck on your retirement. Enjoyed working with you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Sherrouse, thank you for all you've done for this government. You and your wife have been involved for many years in what you've done. We appreciate it. And Tyler, look forward to working with you. Welcome to District 7. And, you know, Mr. Gambrill brought this Whitewater Park idea up a few months ago. And it's going to be a down-the-road project, but hopefully the commission will support it down the road and see what we can to make that happen a reality. But best of luck, and we're here for you. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo the same, Tyler. It was a pleasure meeting you briefly at lunch the other day. I have to let you take me to lunch soon, so you can talk a little bit more about this this whitewater raft.
Whenever you're ready, I'm happy to.
Well, I'm just going to say I'm voting in favor of it because Russ Gamble told me to. So you take him to lunch, but welcome, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Hey,
All right.
they don't go anywhere.
Oh,
I'm in the
sorry.
queue.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Is that
Mayor
okay?
Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, with your approval?
Sure.
Mr. Tyler Sneed, certainly look forward to working with you. As you mentioned, you do have big shoes to fill. Mr. Sherrouse, we're certainly going to miss you, sir. So as I understand and looking at your background, you were a former Richmond County administrator in 1980, before even becoming.
Speaking in light force, everybody needs to hear this.
Everybody needs to hear this. Say that again,
I
Mr.
was
Sherrouse.
the second county administrator that was hired by the Richmond County Commission, and I was in 1980, and it was some fun times.
Well, you know, we're in the process of trying to find one now, so but really,
You're having some fun times too.
Yeah, thank you so much for your service. Also, in addition to being a former administrator, he was also appointed a newly formed chief of police for 6 weeks. So you had a law enforcement background during your tenure, so you did a little of everything. The Augusta Canal Authority for 26 years, I can't say what you've transformed that beautiful body of water into for this community. There's people, as you mentioned, that canoe, bike, and hike along it. And for those of you who have not enjoyed it, it's been a well-received and a treasure for this community. Not only has it grown, but it continues to grow. So we appreciate your effort there. We want to wish you a great retirement. Now, we ask that you still stay engaged and help us out as times come, because I'm quite sure Mr. Sneed will need it. But thank you for your commitment to this community, and thank you for your service. And we wish you a great, long retirement, and thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those words.
Thank you. I'm not going anywhere, so anytime I can help anybody, I'll be right here at Augusta, so give me a call.
We'll put you to work. All right. Receive his information without objection. We good? Okay. Agenda item number 7, please.
I'm sorry. Update on the Newman tennis courts getting done and redone in 2024.
Director McDowell, if you could come forward. And again, I put this on the agenda item so that the commission, as well as the community, can understand where we're at and where we're going. We know that we lost some tournaments this year to I think about 2.2 million or something in economic impact. And we want to make sure that this doesn't happen next year. And what can this body do to support you to get this done? So the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon to the Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, Madam Administrator. So originally with SPLOS 8, The allocation for Newman Tennis Center was slated based on this body's approval for allocation years 26 and 27. We were able to, based on collections, we were able to accelerate that based on the collections being, I guess, expedited. So this body on last year made it part of the bond package. So the funds were moved up from 26, 27 up to availability now. And that was done, I think, in the month of July. So since July, what we've done, what my staff has done, is did a complete analysis and assessment of Newman Tennis Center to see what was going on in terms of the infrastructure there, laying out all the needs and all the wants and desires for that particular facility. So we're probably about 2 weeks away for bringing back before this body conceptual plans for you all to approve. And then, of course, we'll start moving forward with construction. We'll have to go through the bid process, hopefully start that process sometime during the summer. That's our schedule. I've met with CSRA Tennis Association a couple of weeks ago. I think the problem was that there was a lot of misinformation that was being put out that didn't come from my department. So it led to some people not understanding the process and not understanding why we did not sign off on those tournaments. And the reason we did not sign off on those tournaments is because we knew that we were moving forward with construction at that site. And so there was no way we could commit to that knowing that construction was about to happen.
Okay. So from the body standpoint, is there any approvals or anything that you said is coming in 2 weeks? And then you talked about doing 2 courts at a time, or some like we weren't going to do them all at the same time. Like doing what the plan that you have done, the ability. When can they start asking for tournaments again for the future years, I guess?
So it's never the plan for us to do 2 courts at a time. That's a total construction project because there's so much infrastructure needs there. So we probably won't be ready for tournament play till probably next summer of next year. It just depends on how long it takes for them to get the construction done. But once we get out the bid and we get a contract on board, we're thinking that's going to probably be a 180-day contract to get everything resurfaced. Of course, we're doing new lights, new lighting system. We changed the fence out. We're going to add, hopefully, some clay courts. So there's some things that will be coming at that facility that will take some time for us to kind of move forward on.
And everything that you've spoken with has been spoken with has been talked to with Michelle and Sports Council, like they know the timelines and all of that to where they can start promoting and asking for tournaments?
I haven't had any direct conversation with the Sports Council. Like I said, we talked to the CSRA Tennis Association. That's sort of the umbrella for USTA that do host the tournaments and that sort of stuff and put on those tournaments at those facilities. So once we get back on board, of course, we'll disseminate the information and we'll keep the body apprised of all those developments as they come forward.
Okay. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is also for Director McDowell. So just listening to what you just said, we're potentially going to lose out on over $5 million in potential business by this not being ready until next summer, correct?
That's a possibility. I don't know where we are getting those estimates from.
Just looking at the CVB's numbers of what they were anticipating the economic value of these tournaments coming in. I know for 2024, the tournaments that were canceled, it's $2.33 million that we're missing out on economic impact. Roughly anywhere from around 1,500 hotel rooms not being taken. 4,600 people not coming to Augusta. So, these are big impacts to, the economic driver that we're hoping that Newman Tennis Center can be with these tournaments. And so I guess the idea here behind this agenda item is there any way to expedite these plans to see, that way the CVB and the Sports Council and those people that bring these tournaments into town can start planning for 25?
Well, one correction that was no tournaments that was canceled. They weren't canceled on our part. What happens is CSRA go out and solicit for tennis tournaments to come to the area. Of course, once they get with the USTA on those tournaments, of course, they have to be approved by Parks and Recreation Director. And if the courts are not safe for those tournaments, of course, we can't host those tournaments. And so one of the things that USTA have criticized us on constantly that dates back to 2015 was the conditions of the courts. So again, we can't expedite it until the funds are available. This body elected for the funds to be allocated in 26, 27. So we couldn't take any action till 26, 27. Fortunate for us, as of last year, those funds are now available, so we can actually take action. Had that not taken place, we'd still be playing a waiting game, and we still couldn't host those tournaments. So it's nothing that the department could have done to expedite it. So we're at a point now where we're trying to work as diligently and as expeditiously as possible to get those tennis courts back online, but it was no direct correlation with a direction or decision that was made at the department level.
Understood. I'm just reading a letter from the Augusta Sports Council, and it shows 5 different tournaments that were slated to come, and they weren't able to happen because of the resurfacing. So these are just the estimates given from the CVB and Sports Council on the loss of business. So,
Understood where the data come from.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner McKnight.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say this. Back in 2022, we met, you and I, Mr. McDowell, about the tennis courts. We talked about it on several occasions. And so I was over there the other day and I'm looking at the courts and the loss of all these tournaments due to the court conditions. I'm frustrated, just like a lot of citizens and constituents in Augusta who have reached out to me about this. And, you know, we talk about, I thought we were going to have the courts done over a year ago. Personally, I did. I thought they were going to be done. Here we are saying now 2026, 2027. But yet that can't be guaranteed, neither can it.
He said 25.
Oh, 2025? Well, you know how this works. It usually takes another year, so we give another year for it to be done. What are the, I want to know the plans, the exact plan of when we're going to do the lighting and when we're going to do these courts. I want it out there so that people know. And they're going to be thinking about this and saying, okay, this was what we were told. Is it going to happen? I want to hear what you got to say.
So as I expressed to you earlier, Commissioner, so we'll be bringing back the conceptual for this body to consider. And once you approve that conceptual, of course, we'll be moving towards construction at that particular time. So we'll have to go through the procurement process to get a contractor on board to do those things. But I wanted to make it abundantly clear, there was no plans for us to have those courts done a year ago because the funds were not available a year ago. This body voted and approved the allocation years. And those years were for 26 and 27, so SPLOST 8. So it could have been a plan in place to get those courts done. And I think you and I had that conversation.
No, I thought we were going to have it done yesterday. And I do know that a former commissioner sitting in the audience was with me when we had this conversation. But I'm going to leave it as is, and I'm going to look forward to seeing these courts done by 2026, hopefully. Thank you.
25. Commissioner Johnson.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the director. Is there any way that we can expedite the process?
We're moving as quickly as possible based on what we have available to us. Again, like I said, we went to work immediately following the allocation of this to be part of the bond package for last year. So we'll be bringing those conceptual back. Once you all approve it, we have to go through the normal procurement process to get it done. That's what we plan to do.
I agree. I hear you. I just, you know, it's not my district. I don't play tennis, but I have been to the course, to the court. I'm sorry. Let me use proper terminology.
You have watched Serena.
I have watched Serena, yes. But, you know, I see the conditions there, and I think whatever we can do to speed things up, we should look into that. I don't know what that would be. I don't know what that looks like, but I think aiding in some support here would be helpful. So, I mean, if waiting until 2025, 6, whenever it's the end all be all, okay. But I think that we could speed things up. And I don't know how that's going to be left up to your discretion.
Yeah, that's not the plans to wait to 26. Like I said, our plans are to have construction by this summer.
Okay.
That's our plans.
All right. We just want to, all right. Well, we hear you say that. We want to just make sure that we stick to that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alvin Mason.
Thank you. Is our procurement director here? Can she come to the
Ms. Hale?
podium? She's not
She
here?
left? Okay.
Okay, I don't know. I was going to ask her about an expedited procurement. Generally speaking, we have provisions for expediting things. They meet a certain area. So, Madam Administrator, do you know of any? Oh, I'm sorry, you can't. Oh, can you?
Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, can you speak on this?
The procurement process in this particular case, or what would be the requirements that could be met for expedited procurement?
Right. Certainly, we would look into that once the conceptual design is
Yes.
created. We could look into possibly an emergency procurement, should that be acceptable, provided justification for that. We can move forward with an emergency procurement and get that taken care of.
All right, well, what I would suggest is that once those conceptuals are finished, but not waiting till they're finished to start on your justification for an expedited process, first of all, understanding what would be the threshold for an expedited process, and then you can start on that even before we get to the end stage, so that it already be in place. So that would be something that you all could work out and figure out what it is between procurement, the administrator, and yourself. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, can I get a motion to, any other colleagues have a question or comments? All right, well, please keep us abreast. We'll find out about the emergency procurement, and can I get a motion to receive as information?
Motion to receive as information.
Second, got a motion second. Voting, please. Okay, thank you. Agenda item number,
11, sir?
well, we need to do 9, but
9.
Commissioner Johnson's in the
Johnson,
back. Let's go to number 11, please.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Number 11, since Commissioner Johnson's in the back.
Okay. Discussion of funds for senior program.
Commissioner Bobby Williams and Princess Scott.
Okay. I see him. He's up there, Mr. McDowell. Many times I go to different recreation centers, visit the seniors in each of the programs, and, you know, we pay for some of the things that we do with the seniors, but they're always complaining about, well, if they go to the movies, they have to pay for it. If they go to a dinner, they have to pay for it. If they do the Christmas activity this past year, I think they had to come up with a bunch of money for their Christmas activities. What I'd like for, and you can speak on this, Mr. McDowell, what I'd like for us to do is look at an amount of money that we would put in, I don't know the exact wording, in an account for each person.
Supplement.
Supplement in our senior programs. Can you speak to that real quick?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. So we have roughly about $25,000 allocated outside of our senior meal program for us to utilize for our senior program, which we do a lot of field trips. We take them on different adventures and to give them different experiences. And part of that, they are asked at sometimes, depends on where they're going, to help offset some of the costs in terms of transportation or maybe for dinner or food or what have you. So we have heard from several of our senior participants that sometimes become burdensome. And so what we could do is go back. Of course, we got 6 sites. We got roughly 200 total seniors in the program. We can go back, take a look at those costs, see what the seniors are being asked to pay out of pocket, and then come back with a ask from this body as to how much we would need to disseminate at the 6 sites.
Yeah, and I don't think it has to be very much, maybe $3,000, $5,000 per program. You got 6 programs, that's maybe $30,000, maybe $18,000, but it's not a whole lot. But I'd like for us to look at us having some type of account, something for those seniors. You know, some seniors, they have, you know, great retirements. And then you have some folks who are retired, you know, their salary is $30,000 or $40,000, and they're not making much in retirement, and then they have to come to the senior programs and then spend monies, you know, outside of their home for going to the center is something that's, you know, not really, really, really bad. At the same time, we can do a little bit better for them in those programs. So I'm not asking him to necessarily make a decision today. Ms. Dowse, I think I spoke to you about this. Maybe he can come back. And how many days you need, Mr. McDowell?
I say by next committee cycle, we should be able to run analysis and get you some data back to support what we asked for.
So 2 weeks next month,
That's fine.
couple of weeks?
Yeah, by next committee cycle, we should have the data.
Okay, so I'd like for him, I want to make a motion that we allow the recreation director to go back and research senior funding and come back to us in 2 weeks, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a second to that? Anybody second? Second. Okay, my question before I go to Commissioner Scott is, do we currently have senior rates for facilities or anything in regards to Parks and Rec, like a senior rate that could maybe help them out in that aspect?
Articulate when you mean senior rate.
Let's say they want to rent a facility. Is there a senior rate? Is there, is there different?
No, in terms of rental facility, no. We don't have a specific senior rate. This is more or less when we do those extracurriculars outside of the program. When we take them, let's say, on a field trip, they may be asked to spend $6 to $10. Just, I think we went to Topgolf this year as one of those events, and we just do that to help offset some of the costs based on what we have budget for those programs. And we try to make sure that all facilities have the same opportunities to take their seniors on different field trips and other activities.
Yeah, I just think that I agree with, supporting the senior programs and with the inflation and things going up. I mean, I would even like, I know this might not fall under his agenda item, but I do think that we ought to look at a senior rate for facilities and anything that we have that we can offer a senior rate for residents. Like, I think that was something we ought to look at. So just Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo what my colleague is saying. Sometimes I visit the centers a lot. Everybody know me, I guess, because I'm a senior myself. But anyway, I think it's something that's needed just because I do give to the senior programs for their bingos, to most of their sites. I give the prizes to them. And I also think that, right before I was going over to Cara Mays and they was getting ready to go to the Color Purple. And this one lady said she was going, but she didn't have money for, the popcorns or whatever they was going to do. So I just had some change in my pocket. And then Commissioner Williams and I start talking about maybe that's something that we needed to look at increasing some funds for them. And also during the Christmas holidays, there was one site they had to bring in their own food for their holiday luncheon. So I just think that we need to make sure if we do for one, we do for all. And I think if we give the appropriate amount of money or some monies to all, that it can help seniors we give back to what they have done for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Totally support.
All right, so we got a motion on the floor to bring this back in 2 weeks in a second. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mason. I'm sorry.
Oh, she jumped in now.
You already seconded it.
Can I? So I'm on. All right, thank you. And I'm in agreement with my colleagues here that we definitely do. And you and I have had a conversation about this not long ago. All senior programs at each center is not created equally. And so I think we need to have a robust discussion, or you need to do a analysis of your target audience at these various centers to see what it is that they want, what it is that they need. I know out there at the senior center where I'm at, they have one program every other Friday, which is a good program. But like I mentioned to you before, as far as aerobics and things like that, there's a nominal fee there at Diamond Lakes, where, say, for instance, Bernie Ward and others, there's not a fee. And I know that could be because it's a private organization that could be given the lessons, or it could be staff, or it could be a volunteer. So what I would hope, as my colleague here, Commissioner Scott, has said, that we look at all the programs and try to make sure that we're we're being fair across the board and put our staff to work, have some ideas, do some brainstorming, and figure out, what it is that we do, what's working at various centers may work at other centers and so forth. But let's do a robust discussion. Let's figure out what we need in terms of the financing. I think we'd probably have the consensus of the commission up here definitely to take care of our seniors as they grow and mature through this world. So if you would do that and ensure that your directors out at the various sites can come up with staff, various things that could be done at that particular center, and then from there you can then begin to determine if there's a movie night or if there's a luncheon or whatever the case may be. You can calendar that, and then we can determine what type of funds would be needed for those types of things. So if we would do those, the meticulous attention to detail type things, that would be important for our seniors. That would be appropriate. So as you're looking at this, coming back in, what did you say, 2 weeks? Yeah. Coming back in 2 weeks, add that to the equation and put them to work to try to figure out what's going on. And there may be some great programs that are going on in various other centers that we could mirror. And so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if you would do that, I'd appreciate it, and then I think you would have the necessary support from this commission to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, got a motion and a second. 2 weeks, bring it back in 2 weeks. Voting, please. Back to 9.
It's unanimous.
Okay, back to 9, which is the same as 10, it looks like, in others.
Item number 9, motion to accept a grant from the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association for the execution of coaching boys into men's program.
Commissioner Johnson asked that we pull this one.
Thank you, Mr. Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was asking about 9, but the commissioner from the 4th pointed out that 10 was also the same. So are these companion items? Can I get clarity on that before we start discussing 9?
Well, we already approved 10.
Are these the same program?
Yes, sir. They just at different facilities.
Different facilities. Okay, can you give me a little rundown on what this program is, what facilities they'll be ran at, who's going to be executing the program, the whole 9 yards?
So we have at 2 of our community centers where we applied for some funds from our state association, Georgia Recreation Parks Association. We were fortunate based on dollars that they had available to get those funds for a male mentoring program. Those programs are done through our staff at those particular facilities.
Which facilities?
Bernie Ward as well as May Park.
Okay.
So we were able to receive $5,000 for Bernie Ward twice. And then we also were able to receive $5,000 from May Park. So it's a limited amount of funds in that allocation from the state association, but we're fortunate that we've been able to get 2 or 3 of these grants as they come out and as funds become available. But those are male mentoring programs that we do through our staff at our facilities.
Good. That's great to hear. Who's going to be running those programs? Does your staff run those programs, or are they ran through any type of nonprofit or
staff run those programs?
Do they have a curriculum that they face that they follow?
They follow through. Absolutely.
Okay, it's a state curriculum.
The state approves it.
I'm only asking because this is going back to my old Boys and Girls Club days, and I'm excited about it because we know that between 3 to 5 or 3 to 7, that's when kids get in trouble. That's when kids get in trouble. And so having this program in place is good, but I want to make sure that it's done correctly. So I'm just asking the questions to make sure that we know that if we have money going towards a male mentor program, that it's not half done, that we're doing it the right way. And
Absolutely.
that's no indictment on your staff. I just want to know.
Right. And so the curriculum has to be approved by the state association, GRPA, in order for us to get those funds. So it's not necessarily tailored as the Boys and Girls Club, but it has some of the same attributes as a program that it would have. And our staff has done these grants several times. The state comes in, audit them, see what kind of success rate we have, and see participation levels. We had to report all that data back. So we've been fortunate to get this grant for the last 2 years.
That's great news, really good news. Do you have any other mentor programs going on at the centers?
We got a mentoring program going on, like after-school programs at several of our facilities where we assist with homework. We're working on a STEM program that we'll be doing at Bernie Ward. We kind of had a showcase tail end of last year. We'll continue to try to build that program. So we've got several programs going on in our facilities.
Okay, and final question is, do you all have like a transportation plan to help kids get to the program? So if I live in Eastview and I'm trying to get over to the program at May Park, I know there's a hop, skip, and a jump over. You can just walk. But is there like any type of transportation provided? Does Hornsby know that the program exists? Like, how are we getting that information out?
So we do not have a transportation program for liability purposes now. Our summer program, we partner with the school board, and we pay the bus drivers during the summer to take on that responsibility for us. Of course, we pay them, those bus drivers, but currently we don't have a program, we don't have a transportation program set up with these type of programs here. These are kids that frequent our facilities. These are kids that are part of some of the AU basketball that takes place in our facilities. So this is part of that mentoring program that expand upon their experience as they do some of the travel league baseball and basketball.
Do you have any plans to make sure that the schools in the surrounding area knows? I think you said Bernie Ward and May Park. So I think Bernie Ward is Richmond K-8, and you have a few other elementary schools in that area, of course, Hornsby. And are there any plans to get the word out to those schools about these programs?
We're in constant communication with the school board. We have a great working relationship with the athletic director and most of the principals, if not all of the principals throughout the Board of Education school system. We partner with Langford Middle School. We do a lot of assisting with their mentoring programs over there. So we're in the school system. We're visible. We have those working relationships, but we're only as good as the funding is available. So with 5,000, we're limited to about 10 to 12 kids.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Commissioner 5 is out.
And carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Agenda item number 12.
12 is approved directing the Planning Commission to create an ordinance to allow for special exceptions to the Augusta zoning ordinance related to annotated code of Georgia.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. I placed this item on the agenda just so we could start the process through the Planning Commission and Planning Department to make sure that our ordinances are up to date with the new code that's been put in place from the state of Georgia in regards to THC and marijuana dispensaries around the state. It's one of these things that needs to be in place just so we don't miss out on potential business, as well as a new opportunity to meet the medical needs in our community. So with that being said, that's why this item is on the agenda.
Okay.
So if I could.
Colleagues, can I get a motion?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Commissioner Johnson's excited. District 5 commissioners out.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
And I did want to take a point of personal privilege here and thank Attorney Millar for all of his help in navigating this. He's the one that found all of these details, so I appreciate your help.
You the man. All right. Agenda item number 13.
13 is discussion on the appearance of the city.
Mayor Johnson. This could be a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm filling in, pinch hitting, and also substituting and joining former Mayor Bob Young. He put this item as a delegation portion of our meeting last commission meeting. Unfortunately, he kind of pivoted to something else. In sharing the former mayor's sentiments, my office gets a lot of calls about how our city looks. As I drive around, not only am I disturbed about the number of light poles that are missing as a result of automobile accidents, we've had monuments that have been destroyed, and I think I've conferred with Attorney Brown as to how we can address people that are involved in accidents. Maybe we could recoup some of the costs as a result of a missing light pole or a missing monument. But I'm also concerned, along with Mayor Young, regarding the flags that are around our city. Right in front of this commission chamber, there's a flag that has staff that's really torn. And I just want to get an understanding as to who's responsible for replacing torn, damaged, missing flags. As I understand from each department, as I've addressed this, they said, we don't have the money to replace a City of Augusta flag that costs hundreds of dollars. I think we've inquired. As recent as a Veterans Day ceremony that we have every year, they approached me and said, Mayor, is there any way we can get an update on some of the flags? But if you go around town, we're missing a lot of flags. They're worn. We're missing a lot of light poles. At some point, I don't know if we're going to have any more light poles as a result of some of these automobile accidents. I was just wondering, is there any way that we could go after these individuals that, cause these accidents, that we can recoup the money for the city to repair our light poles? So that's a discussion I'm going to have.
Who wants to speak to this?
Well, can I?
Hold on. Everybody calm down. I know. I mean, we could be here for days talking about this.
We probably could, but no.
Jackson? What is going on here?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Commission. In regards to the flags, let it be known that Central Services is a responsible department for flags at the facilities that they manage.
Does it come out of their budget? Did they have a budget for flags? Okay, because there is a lot of flags needed. $500 a piece, I heard.
As far as I know, yeah, you're about right, about 500 a piece. It's not a budget line item for flags. Do we have the locations of where all these flags are needed?
There's one right in front of the commission building where I park. It's a Georgia state flag.
That's in the median right away, correct?
Right.
That's not Central Service.
So who's responsible for those flags? So in least case, somebody need to take them down. Or
that would be, engineering is responsible for county right-of-ways. All our flags are inside the county building, in the parking lot.
We'll find out. All right.
Easy about it.
Then the second one is Mayor Young did mention at the river near the marina.
All of those are bad.
Is that within the city's purview?
Is that Parks and Rec?
Yes.
No. You need to hurry and get that fixed. All right. So Administrator Dow said that she'll look into it. So in worst case, we owe it to the state and to this country to make sure that our flags are properly displayed and not torn. And you can imagine the number of calls that we get regarding this.
Daniel Field as well.
Daniel Field as well. There's a lot of them all over town.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, 100%. And I want to add to that as well. I know this is probably a DOT issue, but our whereabouts signs, they're faded. You can't read them. If I don't know where I'm going to be lost. So that's DOT. So let's also add in figuring out how to get some of those whereabouts signs, like on Jefferson Davis coming into Augusta and just around the city, those green signs that tells you where to go. They're all faded and chipped. So whatever we have to do to get that done, let's add that.
Okay. Commissioner McKnight.
Yeah, I was going to echo after District 1, Commissioner Johnson. Yeah, when I was riding into over the county line, those signs definitely need to be taken care of. Even the one over coming across the bridge from Beach Island over to Sandbar Ferry Road. I've noticed that one you can't even see. So yeah, we need to work on the signs. I know that there's a few on Wheeler Road that need to be touched up. And monuments downtown too on Green Street. That one was hit. I guess we're not going to it's not going to be repaired. I'd like to know the driver that hit it.
Some of them are under insurance claims and things that we can't touch yet. I don't know where that one is.
Yeah,
we are working on it, but the risk, I'd imagine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. And in regards to the mayor's comments about all the light poles that are broken or have been hit by accidents, this is just one more reason why we need to have Georgia Power as a partner in regards to our street lights, because once again, that would be one less thing that the city has to keep on hand. And Georgia Power has a good track record of repairing their street lights and poles out there. And they also handle all of the auto claims through them as well. So I think that, as we I think we're supposed to be getting the RFQ back in front of the commission in the next month or so, and I think this is one more reason why we need to help move this forward.
Thank you. Just to point out that we did approve the Marshals Department picking up things from a cleanup standpoint, going from twice a month to twice a week. That should have already started. It hasn't started, I was told last Monday, but hopefully it's going to start in the next few weeks. Also, obviously, it's tax season. You see tons of signs in right-of-ways. Pick them up. Because they're not allowed to be there. So if you see one, pick them up, because I'm gonna be picking them up this weekend with my son. Any other comments, concerns? Okay, can we receive this as information?
Receive.
Without objection. All right. Number 15 is the boathouse. Update on the boathouse. I'm gonna let Commissioner Garrett start. This was your agenda item 2 weeks ago when you weren't here.
Thank you, Chairman. So this item came back in front of the commission, and I wanted to get an update from not only our directors that are involved in this, but also from our partners via the Augusta Rowing Club. Had an opportunity to go take a tour of the facility and the work that they were able to do there to get their portion cleaned up and maintained is really fantastic. And they have a good facility there, as well as another opportunity to continue to bring economic impacts to the city through other rowing teams that come to Augusta because of our great weather to row here, as well as our long river that we have for them to be able to train. And I think that it's a missed opportunity if we do decide to tear down the boathouse, as we've recently made a decision on. But I'm hoping that, I know a few of my colleagues have also taken tours of that facility, and it's really not as in bad a shape as we were led to believe.
Can you speak to what you saw?
What
the boathouse did?
Yeah, so when I was there, I had an opportunity to see where the water leak was that took place about a year ago because of the frozen pipes, and really that was centralized all to an area in regards to the kitchen. And we were also told that there was like mold and mildew everywhere, and the rowing club actually had their own report done in regards to air quality, and none of that was found to be in effect. And so I'm just really curious to see what the steps we're going to take in regards to getting that facility hopefully open. I know the rowing club is currently using it. They use it for training. They use it for hosting events, but we're missing out on an opportunity on the top parts to also be able to use that.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. That's a central services facility? Is that
Parks and Recs?
Parks, oh, it's correct. Can I have him?
Yeah.
Anybody, somebody. I'm a little curious now because I'm hearing it's not as bad as it was presented, but it looked pretty bad when I went over there. I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about here. What is your assessment of where we are today versus where we were when this was brought up previously? And what has happened in between that gap that has made it better today than it was when we first brought it up?
Well, as of Friday before last, knowing that this was going to be back on the agenda, I've had assessments done of the boathouse, one by ACES, and I have sent that report over as early as this morning to the administrator's office for review and to disseminate for the commission. But in that report, it does show that there is presence of mold even in the area where the boats are being stored. Also, in a report that was done by a A&E firm, engineering firm, they have also said that some of the work that has been done where the boat area is causing more damage than it is good, even though it looks to be better. So as from last year this time to now, the situation has greatly gotten worse, and we do need to do something to clean that mold up if we're planning on keeping the building. I do also have cost estimates of what it would cost to do some work if we decide to keep it. If we do a full renovation of that building, we're looking at upwards $7 million. On the low end, just to keep it as is, tear out the walls, get rid of the mow and do it, we're looking at about $4.5 million to do a renovation.
What would the,
If you go back to 2021 with some cost estimates, the main thing that needs to be done to the boathouse right now as we speak would be to replace the entire decking and steps of that building. The engineering firm sent a structural engineer down there. The bones of the building are in good shape. There's nothing wrong with those, but we have a full report that has been done, and it states that the decking has to be immediately replaced if anything is to be done because it's in bad shape. And that goes back, just to get that done, you're looking at roughly over $1 million to get that done. The price we had to get all that work done back in 2021 was about $750,000. Of course, that was 2021 price. Now 2024 price is going to be a lot different.
Okay, so, and I would address this to our Madam Administrator. Is there a recommendation, a new recommendation, another recommendation passed through your proxy, of course, based on where we're at today versus where we were at when this was brought to us before?
The documentation that Director,
You got your proxy there. We want to make sure it gets on the record.
She hasn't reviewed the reports yet from ACES. She has not reviewed the reports from ACES.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, sir. Regarding the report that Mr. Lampkin is referring to, our office received that report this morning. We haven't had a chance to review it in its entirety, so we don't have a recommendation at this point.
Is there someone looking to do some action on this other than? Or we're
Let's
just
hear from the
doing a
rowing
whole-
club because I want to hear their report and where that and that.
Can I respond to Mr. Lampkin before we get to the room club? So,
okay, I'm out.
when I initially submitted this item, I also submitted the report that was given to me that they had privately done. So are you stating that their report is false or inaccurate?
I haven't had a chance to review their report, but I heard that they had one done.
It's in the agenda book. I mean,
right.
it was attached to the agenda item.
Right. I didn't have a chance to review that. I did get my own report done by ACES, who we use to do those things, and that was, like I said, as early as last Friday.
All right. Rowing club.
Okay. If we can hear from Kirsten from the rowing club, she would mind coming forward and giving her. Please state your name and address for the record, Kirsten.
Thank you. I'm Kirsten Aylward, 3702 Clark Crossing, Augusta, Georgia, 30907.
Thank you.
Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, just speak as much as you can into the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Specifically relative to the air quality report and the testing that the rowing club had done, when we went through that facility with ACES, which we knew that was the same testing organization that the city uses, they did not test the downstairs area because it is considered to be an outdoor area. It is not conditioned. It's like a warehouse or a garage. And so the same thing would happen in your own garage. If you leave it open to being on the river in a very moist situation, you are going to have discoloration and regular aging because of the exposure. The area that was tested for indoor air quality was on the second floor. That was in the bar area and in the venue, and they found no mold or mildew issues there. The only area that did have an issue was the third floor, which had been conditioned during that period. And what the tester told me was probably with regular HVAC maintenance, that system would clean itself up. So we did not get any indication that we had mold or mildew issues other than what you would see in an unconditioned outdoor space. I do have a statement that I would like to propose to the committee if you'll give me permission to read that statement. Thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am the president of the Augusta Rowing Club, and it is my honor to be here. I'm here to request the committee to recommend that the decision to demolish the boathouse be overturned. There are 3 reasons that support this decision. One is my understanding that the city attorney and the club's attorney have addressed outstanding issues concerning the lease. Number 2, the previous estimate of $5.825 million received by the commissioners last March is grossly overstated in light of the good condition of the boathouse. Number 3, the current boathouse serves as a solid and cost-effective bridging strategy to the next generation boathouse. So the basis is as follows. In an effort to comprehend the estimate that we saw last year, the club arranged for 2 separate and independent contractors to inspect the facility. Their conclusions are as follows. The kitchen area on the 2nd floor was primarily affected during the freeze event, and the area under it received the brunt of the water downstairs. The kitchen has yet to be cleaned up, but that cleanup effort is localized to that area. The 1st floor was damaged by the burst pipe, but the damage was minimal. The banqueting room is in the same condition as it was prior to the pandemic. This area, along with the foyer and washrooms, could benefit from some minor cosmetic upgrades, and the roof, windows, doors, and siding are all in good condition. Relative to the 1st floor, both contractors indicated that no more than 15 to 20 panels of sheetrock would be required to effect the repairs. Estimated costs for this work and to have the entire bay area painted so you encapsulate that mold issue were minimal. Relative to the 2nd floor, contractor feedback indicates that the cost to return the 2nd floor to its condition prior to the pandemic and prior to the pipe event, which would be the pandemic age, would not be significant. Remember, the March estimate was $700,000 for cleanup and restoration, $200,000 for a roof, and $2.9 million for restoring the interior of the building. Those, in my opinion, are extremely high estimates and unreasonable price tags for what's needed to restore operability. The most obvious issues regarding repair or replacement relate to the exterior stairs and decking, which service the 2nd floor. Both contractors examined these elements, and both indicated that neither the stairs nor the support system would require full replacement. There are some supports, such as by the kitchen stairwell, that do require replacement. The surface decking in many areas shows decay and does require replacement. Neither contractor indicated that the cost involved in this repair process would in any way approach the total replacement cost of $2 million in the March estimate. Perhaps it is a matter of how the scope is framed. The estimate to restore and rehab to a higher standard would produce a very different estimate than one that repairs and restores what is needed to be operational. It is not too difficult to deconstruct and bulldoze a building. It is remarkably difficult to construct the multi-use facility that we referred to as the boathouse when factors like environmental permitting, water conditions, flood, foundation, all those factors are considered. Instead of focusing on the destruction of this landmark site, I believe the wiser path is to identify how to restore the facility to its pre-pandemic status. Could the banquet venue be let? Would a new tenant infuse money for upgrades? What is the fair market value for the use of the banquet venue? All of these factors and more affect how we restore, and they have not been fully explored. The third reason is the future. I've reached out to all of you to share my vision of rowing and paddle sports in general. I've asked you to visit the facility and discuss how we can partner for the future. To those of you whose schedules permitted a visit, thank you for your time and for listening and discussing the opportunities. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, but seeing the facility in person is priceless. The rowing club shares the mayor's vision of a grand boathouse, a jewel on the river, and we also recognize that such a venue is greater than 10 years away. Definition of that facility is needed, and the participation of the Sports Council is key. Once the facility has been defined, then we can get down to the business of construction. An enormous task, one that we're capable of, but one that has not yet begun. This facility is the envy of most rowing clubs in the Southeast and has been instrumental in providing the rich legacy of rowing. Your packet, which I'm going to give you in a second, contains a letter from U.S. rowing official Sam Dempsey, who has the unique perspective of what Augusta's Boathouse offers to Augusta and its guests, and who too recommends restoration. In November, over 1,000 rowers and 40 teams competed in the 25th Head of the South Regatta. This spring, over 160 athletes, including a Paris Olympian, will be training on our waters. Staying from 1 week to over a month and resulting in hundreds of room nights for our local economy. Remember, over $1.4 million is infused annually just from rowing alone. This could not happen without the considerable support of the city, the community, and the Sports Council. This partnership should continue for the good of the local economy, to further Destination Augusta, and to create and support healthy lifestyles for the people of our city. The Augusta Rowing Club is strongly committed to its programs and making the city of Augusta a world-class water sports destination, not just for rowing. I said water sports destination that benefits the citizens of the CSRA. In light of the positive condition of the boathouse and the lack of ready alternatives, the Rowing Club recommends that the city reconsider its decision to demolish the boathouse and to utilize the allocated SPLOST funding to make strategic repairs to restore the facility to operability, including the second-floor venue. This plan will provide the city sufficient opportunity to construct the next-generation boathouse, that jewel on the river. The math implies that this is the better value: a working venue, a working boathouse, strong local economic benefit, and the economic benefit of an operating second-floor venue versus demolition of the boathouse and banqueting facilities with no replacement in sight, no rental income, and no economic benefit. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your consideration, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have some more colleagues in the queue. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Lampkin. Mr. Lampkin, you stated that on this ACES letter that they did inspect the downstairs. On this letter, it clearly shows that they didn't do the downstairs.
That's correct. I'm looking at that report. That was the report that was done by the rowing club. And the reason it wasn't done, from my understanding, is that it was because once the rolling doors are up and all the windows are open, it's considered open air space. But that's not the case all the time. Once you close those doors and close those windows, now you have an enclosed area. If you look up on the screen, this is my report that was done by ACES, and it clearly says in their report that the spore, that it was, of course, visible staining indicative of mold growth was found inside the building. Spore counts were not sampled from the rowing club area, but visible staining of mold colonization was observed and photographed in the ceiling throughout. So what you're saying is the ceiling, you can see the bolts in the picture. It shows where those dark stains that you are looking at are the mold counts or the mold that they're showing downstairs in the building. Because we haven't done anything to the building since last year, mold continues to grow as the building is closed. So it's not going to go anywhere until we do some kind of remediation to it.
Okay. I had asked this question before to you. And I see it happen quite often. I don't want somebody to get frank with me, to be truthful, but you had repairs, renovation at $4 million. Where did that number come from?
That is from the engineering firm that we received those estimates from, that I had go evaluate the building, which I have new cost estimate as well, because
So the building is 10,663 square feet?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The building is 10,663 square feet?
Roughly about 11,500 is what we have.
Okay, I was looking at the GIS. All right, so at 10,600, that's $375 a foot on the renovation side. At the $7 million you said to totally redo it, that's $656 per foot.
No, sir. Let me give you those numbers. $375 per square foot on conditioned space. So that's your upstairs space, because that's on the unconditioned space, which is the basement, the space they occupy, is $175 per square foot. And then you have $50 per square foot on your decking. If you total all those up by the square footage, it equals about $6.5 million to do a full, complete renovation of the building. On the low end, if you do not do all those things, at about a 35% savings, you're looking at about $4.2 million.
And you had an architect firm, engineer come in?
That's correct, yes. Those are today's numbers that we have.
Okay. Commissioner Mason.
Yeah. Trying to figure out where I was at. I was kind of a long go around. We've got reports, 2 reports separately from the same agency, right? Well, it seems like me, the only winner here is ACES. Especially if you pay for it, right? Told you one thing, told them something else.
Right. Well, technically, if you have all the doors and windows up, their report is correct. Once you close it, then you still have to deal with the enclosed area. So it's considered open air outdoor space with all the doors and windows open. So,
but all the windows and doors aren't always open.
That's correct, and so that's why.
So let me say this, and we definitely want a relationship. Hold on a second. We definitely want a relationship between the city. Of course, we appreciate what's going on, Sports Council, Rowing Club, the whole work, so I'm not opposed to any of that. What I do want to see, though, is that we're doing this in the most efficient and effective way, and that we're able to accommodate those things that are coming to the river, which is our jewel and our gem. I'm just having a hard time figuring out the direction in which to go at this particular point. I mean, we made a decision before based on information that came here, and the body voted on it, and I still haven't really heard too much of anything that's changed. So where are we at this particular point? I mean, is there a recommendation from you? Because the discrepancy between reports, because there is a discrepancy from my standpoint, the discrepancy between reports, the discrepancy between the amounts to repair, replace, whatever terminology you want to use, are different. There's a number of differences between what I'm hearing here and what I'm hearing there. How do we square that and move forward?
From a central services standpoint, the recommendation is the same I bought from last year. You can either demolish and start from scratch, or we could do the renovations. I think the cost in renovations, where we differ at, is we're saying that it's minimal damage that has been done, and we're kind of considering it as 2 different buildings when it's a whole. So upstairs is where most of your water damage was done. Water got into and under the flooring and also inside the walls. So in order for you to do a mold remediation, you have to gut the building. So you can't just leave the walls intact as they are. So that's where you have.
Okay, so as it stands right now, we have a situation here where.
Just let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, because I'm in the queue. I mean, if you can take 10, 15 minutes, I can certainly take whatever time I want.
Facts.
So let me continue on here. Where we're at in this particular process, I want to make sure that the rowing club has what they need to operate throughout the year. There's no question about that. And I think we spoke before about having a area or finding the area for them to be able to operate from while we do whatever it is that we're going to do. Did that not happen? We just tossed that aside, or what?
No, we still have we did gather all rowing club needs outside of being in that building to look at doing a warehouse space right outside where the loading dock is. So that's still on the table. It just depends on what we determine here, if we still going to demolish and move them, or are we going to try to do a renovation of the existing building?
Madam Administrator, do you have a recommendation at this time? It's just for moving forward.
Commissioner Garrett, she spoke with.
Oh, that's why he said what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Garrett. Oh, I'm not on the committee. Go ahead.
Garrett, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Mason. So, first of all, the water leak that took place, the broken pipes were in one area. I mean, when I went and looked at the facility, literally you could see the one area where the water leak took place. And most of the water flowed down to the rowing club's area on the concrete below. So don't try to say all the freaking walls have mold growing in them. I mean, because you've misled us before, and I'm not going to let it happen again, because when I went and took the tour out there, I was able to see. I've had a house that flooded. I know what has to take place when that happens. I had 30,000 gallons of water in my house from one day. It took $7,000 to clean it up. I know this is a much bigger facility, but let me just say, they came in, they cut the walls, they aired it out, they cleaned it. We got a clean report. Same thing could happen here. I'm tired of looking at things that we've got to come in and spend millions of dollars, and we put these figures out there. And so you've got these contractors saying, cha-ching, I'm fixing to make $1 million because they already think we're going to spend this much money. We got to quit putting money on the streets like this. But from what the administrator told me, we have 2 reports from the same company saying 2 different things. She asked for 2 weeks to take a look at it and bring us back a recommendation. And I'm hoping the committee will take a look at that and give her 2 weeks to come back.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question here. If you said, I'm getting all jumbled up now.
It's okay. It's going to take your time.
I'm going to try. You said that if we demolish the building, we could relocate the rowing club.
That's correct.
Okay, would that be your responsibility to help them relocate, or would that be their responsibility to find somewhere else to go?
No, that's the responsibility that we've taken on. I've gotten quotes to relocate them to a building and how much that building would cost based off their space needs. Just for clarification purposes, I know Commissioner Garrett said I misled, but I'm
not concerned about that. We're not going back down that road. We're not going back down that road.
I just want to clear that when the water damage took place, I was there and watched the water flow outside of the building and down the front steps. So I just wanted to clear that up.
I need you to suspend.
Come on now. Come on, let's get back. Commissioner Johnson, go back to it.
You don't have to respond to that. We're going a different route. I went to the rowing club, took a tour. They tried to put me in the water, but I said no. But we went to the rowing club, and I saw the building. I saw the conditions of the building. My concern is that with the demolition happening, they won't have anywhere to go. They have a great program. They have wonderful, wonderful students. They were getting ready for, I forgot what the event was, but they were getting ready for the event to come to town. They were preparing for it, and it was a great atmosphere. I understand the concerns about the maintenance and the health concerns that comes along with it, but I just want to make sure that when we have the discussion now, whatever discussion we conclude with, like, we don't come back on it. We don't come back to this because, number one, they need space, and number two, the mayor's vision for a world-class facility on the river is something that we should support. And I don't think that we can't have one without the other. I think we can get there, but how we get there is where we're really going to be relying on the administration to handle. Personally, we pay the department to get us these figures. So I'm seeing your report. I understand what you're saying. That's not to say that their report isn't truthful or honest, but the point is you're the director that reports to the commission. So your report is what it is. And I hope that you all will be able to work together, you all being your department and administration, so that we can figure out a way to get these repairs done without demolishing this building. I know I voted to demolish the building, but I'm going to take a step back off of that. I voted prematurely on it. I went to the facility, and I think that it has some good bones, and we can get some more usage out of it. I think that the design of it and some of the the interior is just kind of outdated, but I think we can get to where we're all trying to go. It's going to be expensive. Yes, that's what happens when we sit on projects for years and years and don't really move. It's going to get expensive, and that's not an indictment on you or anyone else. It's just the reality of it. But I don't think that we have to displace them and get what we want out of the boathouse. I know that it's probably going to be hard to figure out how to do that, but I think that's why, again, we lean on the department and the administration to figure that out.
Yes, sir. I agree, sir. Great comments. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Johnson and I took the tour, and if you just look at it by your bare eyes, it looked like the building can be saved. I don't know, but we also need to look if we're going to keep the boathouse or tear it down. I think we need to really look at it again, but we also need to understand that there's a whole lot more work need to be done around the boathouse. And I, believe it or not, I am in agreement with the mayor today that we need to look at something. We need to do something because that's our jewel. Because I want an aquarium somewhere down on the riverfront too. So I think we, not saying what report is right or what's wrong, but I think we need to revisit and make sure we get proper documentation, and we need to look at it prior to the meeting, so we can make some good decision on what we need to do with our partners, the Rowan Club and Central Service and the staff.
So, Director Lang, where are we at as far as the demo side of things? Is it already out?
No, I've been on hold until a decision was made by you guys.
So I think where we're at is we're going to give the administrator 2 weeks, bring this agenda item back, and then have a deeper discussion on where we move forward. Please bring back the fact of what funds are available. I think it's $500,000. Is it $500,000 that's?
Take the commission for a tour in that 2 weeks.
Is it?
Right. I think it was $500,000 that was set aside for the boathouse.
Okay. Yeah, so let's come back. Can I get a motion to that effect to bring this back in 2 weeks? And got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you so much. Got a motion and a second to bring back, to have deeper discussions with both reports and everybody at the table. Thank you. Voting, please. And I want to thank the Rowan Club for being here and the information they provided. Every commissioner was provided the report that you put together, and we'll definitely review that as well. Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dawn, that's not funny.
That motion is with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
All right. And that concludes public services. Thank y'all for bearing with us.
Good afternoon. Madam Clerk, I'd like to call administrative service to order. Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
If it's okay with my colleagues on the committee, I would like to consent 1, 2, 3. And if it's okay, I think 6 and 9 can be companion because it's just name changes on some. We could discuss it, but I think they could be companion items. Ms. Bonner. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, if that's the desire of the committee. Yes, ma'am.
7, consent 7, 8, 10.
So moved. Sorry. Question about 7. Okay, he wants 7 to come off, but so moved on everyone but 7.
Okay, and I think, okay.
Madam Administrator, not Madam Administrator, I'm sorry. Madam Chairwoman,
Yes, ma'am.
for number 4, that can come up because I've talked to Administrator Dowse, and we're back in that process of doing the strategic plan. We started the process last year, and it's underway, so that can come off because that's being worked on.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, we're going to pull 4.
You want to
Or
delete
delete
that? Delete that? Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. You
ma'am.
want to add it to the consent as a
Yes, ma'am.
deletion? Okay.
Okay.
I think mine was going to be next.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Commissioner Scott?
Ms. Bonner, we're going to come back to number 5.
Can't get you to vote. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott?
It's unanimous for the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner
Madam Chair, I appreciate you acknowledging me. I see that the 2 signs, as far as Mr. McIntyre and Tom Wiedemeyer, Robert Cheeks, where would he be at in this picture?
You've already approved that sign. They've already been made. We're just waiting to do a dedication. We're getting that scheduled now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay. Ms. Bonner, we're going to come back to number 5, so we can go to number 7 and 9.
Okay, 7 and 9. 7 is to receive its information, the emergency request for electrical repairs at the Department of Family and Children's
Oh, I'm sorry.
Services.
We consented 7.
Yes,
We're gonna
ma'am.
do 6 and 6.
Okay, number
Oh, no,
6
you have-
and 9 are companion items, right?
So let's
Okay.
go with 6 and 9 first.
6 and 9. Number 6 is a motion to approve the concept of renaming of the Utilities Building after Thomas D. Wiedemeyer, also to include the approval of $6,200 to move signs for the installation. Item number 9 is a motion to approve the concept for the renaming of the Augusta Riverwalk after Edward M. McIntyre Sr., also to include the approval of $3,400 to move signs for the installation.
Director Lampkin.
Yes, quick. So all this is in your package, you should see the display or the concept where those name changes will be put in place, and then we have the funding available. It's just approved for me to use the funds to get this done.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have these images in color?
I uploaded them in color.
Really hard
I
to
don't
see
know
them
if-
black
I
and
don't-
white in the book.
I'm gonna have to email them. I think when you upload them in the system, they don't print out in color.
They don't print
if I'm not mistaken. But I can email everybody a copy of those and what they look like in color.
On the McIntyre sign,
Yes.
will it look just like this? Will it have to would it have the white background?
We can change that to whatever we want. It'll just be a matter of painting that area. If that's what we want to do, because right now it's a white background, so that's that we can do green, whatever we decide to change that color to, but that would be something we do in-house, or that wouldn't be the sign company.
So now I see 2. Are these 2 different concepts?
No, that's 2 different
2
locations.
different locations, I see. The park and the opening. Okay, I see it. It's just
Right,
kind of
so
hard
one would be on the 8th Street side, and then the other would be down at 10th. Down at the 10th Street location.
We have a copy to put on the screen.
Right, yeah, that's the concrete that's white, the lettering is black.
Okay, I just want to make sure we get an accurate, somewhat of a, okay.
Because one is 10th Street, that one is 8th Street. Right. So what you're looking at now, that would be the 10th Street location going in, where we just did the COVID memorial dedication. At right here is the 8th Street where the fountain is, walking to where the Saturday market is what you'll have right here.
Is there any, I mean, can we get a better, I think the backdrop is just a little, I don't know. I just think that it's not, it doesn't stick out.
Maybe if he,
So let me just understand. The white is just the concrete, and the lettering will be.
It's gonna be.
What color will the lettering be? Just regular black.
Black, right. If we want to change the lettering color, I don't know if we can, but I can get with the sign company.
I'll leave it to my colleagues to further discuss it. I just want to make sure again that when we do this, we do it right.
Right.
I mean, we're talking.
And like I said, that the background is just the concrete wall that we can paint any color if we want the background to be different.
I think if we go with the concrete, it's fine. But I just want to make sure that we had an opportunity to see somewhat of a concept in color, so that we know what we're approving. But I'll yield.
What if you made it green? Yeah, the letter's green where it blends into the, because the rail's green.
Right,
I don't know, that's the only thoughts I looked at.
We can do that. That's not.
I mean, I just don't know.
Does that require a motion, or is that just a direction that we can?
You can just give me if y'all fine with how that looks, I could always go back and say instead of doing the black letters, they want green on that one. And then the one for the Tom Wiedemeyer would be at the brick entrance coming to the gate.
This is.
can we just suspend for just a minute? I think I got a little distracted.
I think she said she didn't have a quorum for her committee. Catherine for public service.
That's right. I mean, I don't know what they do. That's right. That's right.
Okay, well, we haven't, I'm sorry. Just wait on. Ready.
So is it done?
Am I direct?
The concept are already done, or we have an opportunity to?
No, it's not done. If y'all want to make some changes, this would be the time to do it, and I could take it back and bring a new concept back if y'all want to see something different.
So I think we should take. I like the Wiedemeyer design. I think that's a good one. I think we should go back to the drawing board with the McIntyre signage. The McIntyre signage. Let's explore some different type of design. We want to look just as nice and presentable as this Wiedemeyer sign does. And maybe I was under the impression that we were going to have some type of commemorative plaque, some type of not an arch, but just something that stands out, just like this stands out. So could we go back and get a different design for the commission to choose from?
Right, and it was going to be my and I've already had those discussions to do the memorial plaque somewhere in the area, so that you can have that. The archways, as I was speaking of, they just erected those new archways at both locations that says Augusta Riverwalk on those. Those letters are welded in. Those signs were, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they told me about $250,000
Pretty
piece.
expensive.
Right, and so it's not something we can go back to add it to the archway. So that's why we chose those two locations, because that was the only available space to actually get the name up. So if it's something different that y'all want, I can bring that back. If we okay with the Wiedemeyer sign, we can approve that and then come back with it.
So if it's in order, well, I see we have other colleagues in the queue, but I'll make a motion and we could still discuss. Is that fine? Okay. I make a motion to approve the Wiedemeyer signage and to come back at the next committee with concepts for the McIntyre sign.
Second.
Commissioner Mason?
And the only thing I want to add to that for your thought process is, let's make sure we're looking at the color of letters that will that will hold up to weather. Believe it or not, there's certain colors that hold up to weather better than others. So do whatever research you need to do. Make sure that we have the right coloring that will hold up to weather, because that'll start looking awfully bad, awfully quick if we put the wrong colored letters up there. So please add that into your equation and do whatever research is necessary for letters that will hold up to weather, outside weather.
All right, gotcha.
Okay? Especially down here in the south, 100 and some degrees.
Absolutely. And you might want to look at that for the whip now also as well. Okay. Can we, we're going to vote on this?
Well, did your motion apply to Mr. McIntyre's sign as well as Mr. Wiedemeyer, where you're approving that sign and recommending that this come back in 2 weeks with new recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can vote on them as a companion item if the committee is in agreement.
Commissioner Fran?
Oh, yeah, I second that, but I did have one question.
So we're voting now, ma'am?
The green sign
Oh,
at the entrances where you walk up, is that being considered as well or no? The
Which
green-
one?
You know, we have like the green signs that are like the city signs in a sense, where you walk up the path behind the St.
Right.
Paul's. Is that something that we've looked at or no?
No, I hadn't looked at putting anything on those.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Vote, Ms. Minor?
yes, ma'am. Ms. Brandon?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's unanimous. So, are you going back to
No, number 5.
5, okay. Number 5 is an update from the Land Bank Authority on the current status of the organization, the current board membership, and the role of the organization should play moving forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could call the, I guess, the board chair, Mr. Johnson, up and have some questions for him. Commissioner. The other Commissioner Johnson.
Good afternoon.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing good. Just got some questions for you because I want to understand kind of where we are and understand kind of what's happened to lead us to where we are. First question I have is, can you list off your current board members, who they are, and then how many can you have?
So our current board construction has 7 members. Those members consist of the tax commissioner, the tax assessor, Scott Roundtree, the director of planning and development, Carla Delaney, the city administrator, Mr. Kia Douse. Then we have 3 community leaders representing the cultural community, Ms. Karen Gordon. Representing the nonprofits would be Ms. Lauren Dallas. And then Dr. Mike Heron was representing the ecclesiastical community. However, in December, Dr. Heron resigned because his schedule doesn't allow him to attend meetings on a regular basis.
So do we need to fill that position?
Yes, sir, we do. And I had a discussion with our ex officio, Commissioner Alvin Mason, and I believe he's actually scheduled me to come before this body and make a recommendation next Tuesday.
Okay. So in 2019, the land bank rewrote bylaws, kind of changed the organization somewhat from they originally were just a transfer of land. And in 2019, they became somewhat of a economic development, driver, or got into economic development. Who made that decision to kind of change the focus of the land bank?
I don't know that we necessarily got into economic development. The purpose of the land bank is to take blighted, underutilized, vacant, dilapidated properties and get them back onto the tax roll. State code gives the land banks a wide range of latitude to get that done. As you mentioned earlier, at its inception, it was pretty much to be transactional for working with housing and community development. The city became a developer, started building affordable housing, and for the most part, the land bank did that. Most, and when you do the research, most land banks start out transactional. However, when you go to these different conferences and you take a look at land banks throughout the country, even here in the state of Georgia, they do a wide range of things. And so so to answer the question the way you ask it, as a board, we broaden from just supporting housing and community development to getting more into strategies to help get those properties back on the tax roll.
Okay. It was recently reported that you went to Tampa to meet with Frameworks. Philip Smith is his name. My question is, what was the reason for that when the DDA had a relationship with them since 2022, spring of 2022? What was the reason for that trip?
So I won't go into great detail about that actual trip, other than to say, Framework came to us, asked, was there anything that the land bank could do to help them with a project that they're already going to complete? They made some recommendations, but before they wanted us to take a look at their projects. And we wanted to take a look and see what they have before the land bank would consider bringing that before the board, before the board of directors for the land bank, to see if it was something that we could support, and to see if it was something that we would even want to have the land bank's name on coming to the city of Augusta. Because this is a real estate transaction, I won't go into great detail about that, and no decisions have been made at this time, but that's the purpose for the trip.
Yeah, and I guess that's where you stated you hadn't really got an economic development, but the project is not even in the land bank dealing with Curtis Baptist, and the DDA was already at the table working with them, and then pretty much was taken from them to the extent that the director told the DDA employee that it's now your project under the land bank. And this is why I bring all this out, is because it's very concerning. We have entities within this government competing. It doesn't make us look good at all between entities. And that's why I bring that up. And it's a little bit of it's disappointing, frankly, that we can't work in the same sandbox in this government. We want to compete. And that's the reason I bring up the fact that you say you're not getting economic development, but if you're going to a project that's not even in the land bank's privy of land that you own, and you're talking to developers, you are getting economic development.
Most of the properties that we deal with, including the ones that we do on behalf of the city of Augusta, are not in the land bank. So let's start there. Secondly, this project is not complete. There has been nothing taken from the DDA. As a matter of fact, I was not even aware that the DDA had ever been involved. So there's nothing has been decided on that project. It is a work in progress. And certainly, as far as playing in the sandbox, I don't think anybody plays in the sandbox better than the Augusta, Georgia Land Bank Authority.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know about that, because I've gotten some calls, and as we see that's been reported on kind of some of the things that have happened within the department. Okay, so two more questions, then I'll turn this over to my colleagues. What type of audits are done in the land bank each year? by the board? What do y'all do?
So the land bank has an external audit completed by a firm. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of completing our audit right now. It's done on an annual basis.
Okay.
And that is reported to finance every year as well.
Okay. All right. And I got two more questions. How much ARP money did y'all receive?
We were approved for $1 million, and we received $500,000 at this point.
500,000 you received. Okay. All right. My last question is, there was concerning text messages that were released to the public. Was there any disciplinary action taken by the board?
At this time, no disciplinary action has been taken. The personnel committee for that board has not met yet, and then certainly we will address any issues that have occurred.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How you doing, Mr. Johnson?
I'm great. How about you?
Good, good. Actually, my questions, Commissioner Franham probably had asked already. Has Land Bank Authority had any discussions about the director's spending habits or actions?
Again, any actions associated with the director will be addressed by the personnel committee, and we haven't met yet.
Does the Land Bank follow or have a PPPM in place?
We have a policies and procedures manual,
right,
which I sent to each of you.
Okay.
As
so
far as,
do you follow the procedure in place for?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So that committee meets once every couple months?
It meets as needed.
It might be needed.
Well, keep in mind, we only have 2 employees, so you don't have a lot of action that occurs on the land bank.
All right. You already asked who's on the board. You know, I feel that there's a 7-member board. 4 out of 7 could control any kind of vote, and then 4 is actually works for the city.
Okay.
I think we might need to revamp that whole setup. As far as myself being on a tax assessor,
sure.
I think Commissioner Alvin Mason's on the land bank. We actually serve as a ex officio, no different than any other commissioner up here. Sure. It's, I think it needs to be more on the, if you had people that was on that board that was from development, from, you know, the commercial side,
sure.
Residential, I believe somebody to have something to bring to the table that's going to be unbiased on it, because 4 on the commission can control it, on your committee could actually control it.
Sure. Do you mind if I address that?
Oh, yes, sir.
When I first got on the land bank, approximately 2013, 2014,
right,
we really had about 4 members, only 3 attended. That was the director of code enforcement and the director of planning, Paul DeCamp and Rob Sherman, of course.
Right, I've seen that in the archives.
And so we made sure that we had a 5-member board, and from there, we went to a 7-member board. One of the reasons we went to a 7-member board is because we felt like it was too government heavy.
It still is.
And so, and we got that from looking at land banks throughout the country. This is not something that we just came up with ourselves. We took a look at what we consider to be the most effective land banks throughout the country. Now, what I will say is that whether it's 5 or 7 or 9 or 11, that's up to you, ladies and gentlemen. And so I'll leave that to you. How many people that you want from the government, that's left up to you. Right. But do understand, we recognized, and I'll tell you why we recognized that I'll use Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. And I can remember them hearing about an issue that they dealt with, had been sued 100 times. 100 times. And one of our concerns is that people who are in the government are concerned about the city. That's our job. We worry about what happens with the commission, the view of the city. And so we thought that we needed to add some people from the community that would not just be considerate, but still have some people from the city that need to be considerate of the city itself. Now, whether or not that's one person or 4 people, you know, that's again, I'll leave that to this body. But that was our thinking at the time.
Right. But let's change the direction. Who funds the Land Bank Authority?
The Land Bank Authority receives $141,000 from the commission, and the rest of it we go out and earn.
All right. Who writes the checks as far as the paychecks that y'all, the director and
we write a
the
check.
assistant?
We write a check and give it to finance, and then
Who's
finance.
we?
I'm sorry.
Who is we?
The director writes a check.
Okay.
Which I sign and Scott Roundtree signs.
Okay.
We're the signature authorities.
Where does the proceeds of the sale of the properties get deposited?
We have a general funds account that those are deposited into.
And that's governed by Donna Williams in finance, or?
No. This is Land Bank is a separate authority.
That's right.
So we govern our own monies.
Okay.
However, as mentioned earlier to Commissioner Franum, there is an outside auditor that audits us on an annual basis.
Right. Picking up on what Commissioner Franum was talking about with the Curtis Baptist School. Seems like the Land Bank Authority, we already have the HCD, we got the Development Authority and DDA. And it's the mission of the Land Bank, I believe y'all's mission statements is talking about the execution of land redevelopment results in, as far as the city and the neighborhoods, focus on developments in the neighborhoods. Are y'all going after the commercial side of it or residential?
Land banks are, again, are very broad. And if there's something that we need to assist, typically the land bank is a tool. Just as an example, you mentioned earlier HCD. HCD uses us as a tool.
Right.
Companies, corporations, individuals who have a need or who are trying to get something accomplished, and if it fits the mission of the land bank, which is getting those majority of it tax delinquent properties back on the tax roll, then we're utilized as a tool.
Right.
And so if there's a commercial entity,
right,
and we can assist and it fits our mission, then yes, sir, we would.
Okay. Back in 2013, when you became a member of the land bank, actually HCD was a voting member at the time. Is that right?
They've always been an ex officio member.
Okay. You got, well, anyway. All right, that's what I needed. Thank you. Oh, one other question.
Yes, sir.
The parcel of land that I had spoke to you about 3 months ago, where the person had put the money down 3 years ago, whatever happened with that?
So that gentleman was contacted by the attorney that let him know that there was an issue with clearing that title. The individual that you spoke of let the attorney know, hey, you keep the money, keep trying.
Right,
so
it's been
that's
3
why that's
years.
been going, and he doesn't want his money back.
I mean, I think he wants to acquire the property, but
there's a title issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Being a part of the Land Bank Authority as an ex officio, not a voting member, so for those that are wondering, I don't have a vote there, but the makeup of this board, I want to make sure that we're clear, is a commission function.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And so, again, whether it's 7, 9, 11, 13, 22, whatever the number is.
Maximum 11, yes, sir.
Maximum 11. Well, you know, with this commission, we might do 22. Well, but the point that I'm trying to make is that we make that decision, okay? Now, one of the things that have been brought up to me, and I want to pose it to you, is that, and I know the answer to this particular question first, but then I got to follow up. Is there a treasury position in the land bank?
There's not a treasury position in the land bank. It's handled by the secretary. Okay. Remember, there's 2 employees. We've hired a 3rd employee once we started working on the livable wage program, but essentially it's been two 2 employees, and so that person handles the treasury.
Correct. So would it be maybe prudent, given all the exterior outstanding issues or thoughts that there's issues and that sort of thing, to possibly have a position as a treasurer? And I know that you don't make the decision on that, but I'm saying, would you, with your experience on there and being the director, not the director, but the chair, how would you feel about a position of a treasurer on that board?
Commissioner, I'm not opposed to a position of a treasurer. However, what a few of the board members and I have discussed, and we've not formalized it yet, is that we have a committee that on a monthly basis reviews not only the bank statements. Every 6 months, we have a review, a internal audit by that committee that comes presented to the board of directors for the land bank. And then on a semi-annual basis, also, because I think one of the problems that we have with the land bank is you ladies and gentlemen don't really know what the land bank accomplishes. How many properties we put back on the tax roll, how much money we generate for the city, how many properties during our process does a taxpayer come back and pay, and thus those taxes that are collected. And that's our fault, because we don't do a good job of publishing and letting you ladies and gentlemen know what we're doing. But back to the question that you asked, I think that committee would serve that same role. However, I'm not opposed to having a treasurer.
Thank you.
Mayor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Commissioner Johnson, always good to see you, sir. I also feel that many concerns regarding the makeup of the board, and I just have, I guess, a question to ask, because as I understand, Georgia does have a land bank authority, a broader board. Of those, how many have boards that make up a majority quorum that are county or city employees? Because it seems as though in our research, it seems to be an anomaly for the city of Augusta to have a 7-board member where 4, which constitutes the majority, make up a board. Is that normal or across the state?
You know, there's 31 boards in the state, and I can't tell you which each of those boards, how they're made up. One of the reasons why we recommended, and of course the commission accepted it back in 2015 timeframe, was because the original makeup, the original structure had those governmental entities on its board. And we didn't veer too far away other than to reduce it by 1 person and add 3 community people. Our thought at the time was making sure that we had enough people on the board who were still considerate of the things that happen, because these are real estate transactions, as you well know. And so still considerate of the city, but at the same time brought a community perspective. So that's why our board is made up the way that it is. But of course, again, that was made by recommendation to you, ladies and gentlemen, and in the end, you have the ability to change or keep it as is.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for mentioning, you know, these are real estate transactions. In my research of the boards that are across the state, there are commercial real estate development types that serve on these types of boards that I think will add some much needed and valued information as, you know, as you make decisions on, you know, how you get, you know, valued tax properties back into productive tax gains for the city. And I would hope and expect that, you know, as we talk about providing accountability and transparency, that if there's any consideration, we need those professionals that serve in the real estate sector or in the real estate redevelopment sector, that, you know, if there's any consideration for growing the board, that those type folks be added. That certainly represents their expertise in that area.
And let me add to that, if you don't mind, Mayor. The person that is going to be recommended to the commission is someone who works in not only real property, but also is a builder and in the works for a major construction firm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Commissioner Frank?
Thank you, Chairman Scott. So just a couple more questions, and I'll wrap it up. Kind of my thoughts. What is the role? Where are we at with the HCD from a relationship standpoint, and how are things like from the board's perspective right now?
So HCD is our oldest customer. We were formed because of HCD. HCD continues to be our prime, I won't say prime customer, our longest standing customer. You know, it was interesting, I was looking at some numbers, and from 2020 to 2022, we have helped HCD put about 39 properties on the tax roll, and you can check with Director Welcher to make sure that my math is right, for about $3.7 million. The way our relationship works is when Housing and Community Development have a particular property that they're going to develop, they ask, we have a relationship where they give us the money. I'm the buyer. When I say I'm, literally, when you take a look at the purchase agreement, T. Chris Johnson is on there. We hold that until they're able to complete their development of that property. Once that property is complete, the land bank is the seller of that property. And then, of course, and I'm still trying to renegotiate this with Director Welcher, we get $500 for that. So of that $3.7 million, we've gotten $20,000. But we have a great relationship. We consult with each other on different projects.
Do you have a nonprofit rate versus a profit rate that you're charging?
We have when we changed the policies, it used to be that if you were a adjacent property owner, in other words, you live right next door to the property, or if you were developing some type of affordable housing, that the rate was 30% of the assessed value of the property, plus whatever fees associated with the land bank and the attorney. But what we found is that people were taking advantage of that, and we're getting $2,000 or $3,000, and they're making $200,000 or $300,000. And so we didn't think that that was the highest and best use of that process. So we changed it. Certainly, if you're doing affordable housing, or if you are adjacent property owner, it's still 50% of the fair market value of that property plus fees. And understand, because the land bank is a negotiable process, outside of the fees, that 50% is negotiable. You make an offer, the board takes a look at it, and then if we either accept it, make a counter offer, or deny it. If you are a developer, it is 50% of the fair market value of that property plus those fees. And those are the charges that we have.
If the commission, well, no, that's the way I want to ask it. Currently, the land bank is helping structuring deals outside of just transferring land. To go back to what it was originally formatted and get out of, I'm going to call it economic development because I think that's what it is. That is a board decision. That is not a commission decision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Like, we couldn't tell you anything on that because of the way the bylaws are written,
Well, we're
correct?
an authority, and so you empower any authority, and then once that authority, then you choose the members who are on that authority, and then of course the authority operates based on whatever state law is out there, and that's what we do on the land bank.
But right, so my point is the commission couldn't even tell you what to do in that sense.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. You got a commissioner sitting there, and I don't think any of the commissioners who've been on there have been shy to give their opinion. And we've never had a situation where the commission demanded that we would do a particular thing.
Gotcha. And then my last question is, of the three areas that you had, the medical, the community, are there other areas where you don't have people that are under the land bank, where there's different areas where we would need to go to, or is it just anybody, I guess?
There's three areas that that we've thought that would be good to have on our land bank. That would be real property, real estate, building and construction, and then the banking. Our director is a former mortgage banker. Our illustrious administrator is a former banker. So I'm not as much concerned about the banking aspect as I am the real estate and construction building. And that's why the person that will be proposed to you, ladies and gentlemen, has that background.
Okay. Thank you.
May I say one thing before I go? over the past, from 2020 to 2022, the land bank has put 72 properties back onto the tax roll. And in that process, and this has a lot to do with Commissioner Guilfoyle, he just doesn't know it, we brought in about $400,000 in that process. And the reason why I put that on Commissioner Guilfoyle, because about 4 or 5 years ago, I got up here, and the first thing he said to me is, when are you going to become self-sufficient? And so much of what we do in our process in making money, and one of the reasons why Sean Edwards was brought in is because we have changed our process to make sure that we're able to fund ourselves and to make sure that we don't just handle 5, 10 properties a year like we did under our previous construction. We do about 30 to 40 properties per year. I didn't even include 2023. And so that's the kind of thing, because one of the changes that certainly I would like to make on this year is to make sure that you ladies and gentlemen know that at least on an annual basis, if not on a semi-annual basis. So I wanted to throw that out before I left.
We don't have a quorum? Well, will we be able to take his information without a quorum? I guess not. But I do have a quick comment, and hopefully he'll come back by then, so I'll stall. He's gone? Okay. Well, just quickly, I want to thank you, Mr. Johnson, for coming and taking these questions. Okay. All right, well, that's even better. Okay, thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Johnson for taking these questions. I know it's not easy to stand and take these questions, but thank you for taking them. I also want to thank the board members. I know how hard it is to please the commission. So thank y'all. I don't ever want you to think that the commission thinks that, we don't think that you're adequate enough to serve on that board. But thank y'all for what you do, and we hope to move forward from this. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to take this as information. Motion to receive as information.
Okay. Second.
Objection, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Johnson, great job. Thank you, Land Bank. No, we got an update. We got number 11.
An update.
We got it. Number 11.
We have an update,
Yeah, we
number
got-
11. An update from the Administrator's Office relative to the service level agreements and procedure manuals across all departments being updated and containing all pertinent processes and procedures.
Good afternoon again. In regards to this matter, in September of 2023, the administrator was tasked with collaborating with departments and bringing back forth service level agreements or timeframes for task completion times by December 31st. That task was completed, and the commission was submitted those items back in December. As a corresponding aspect to that task, we were also expected to bring back policies or standard operating procedure manual in regards to those timeframes, and that information is in your packet. We do have the 311 director, Ms. Kelly Walker, to talk about those issues for any questions for the commissioners. In terms of individual SOPs for the departments, we're still gathering that information. We can bring back an update for you within 2 weeks, or as needed.
Commissioner Poole. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I know our administrator is under the weather. I will say that we have had dialogue concerning this matter. So for me, the reason why I brought it before the commission is because a lot of the conversations that we have are tied into SLAs, which are the service level agreements, as well as the processes and the procedures of each department. And so I saw the conversation between you and Mr. Jackson going on. So I know that you are working on that. I just want to ensure that we are making sure everything that needs to be in these manuals are in these manuals. And I know some of that you don't know until you know. So I don't know this is an issue until it's an issue. And then I add it to that manual. But I just want to make sure that there are certain key things that are present in every manual. And it's not just like one-pagers with 2 sentences saying how you do something. I want to make sure that even my successors, whoever, whatever that department is, when they come into that role, they know this is the procedure for this department. So what is a time frame? 3 months, 90 days?
I think for starters, I think maybe 3 months would be a good adequate time for them to do the research and bring back a recommendation or update.
Okay, that would be great. And we left off last year with that, talking about the SLAs and the procedure manual. So 3 months is good. So, Madam Chairwoman, if we could possibly bring that back in 3 months to see where we're at with the department's procedure manuals as well as their service level agreements to make sure that we're moving our government forward in a great direction. Thank you so much.
So, Madam Clerk, do we take this as we need a motion to bring this back in 3 months?
You have someone who's going to make a motion to that effect, or you want to do it?
So moved. I make the motion.
Okay.
Second. You done?
Report back in 3 months. Are you going to second that, ma'am?
I did.
Who was
Sean
that?
did.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I think
We're voting.
Voting?
Franum? Okay. Okay. That motion carries. And that
Clerk, I
takes us
believe
to
that's
number 5, was it? 7? 7. Receive as information the emergency request for electrical repairs at the Department of Family and Children Services in the amount of $45,000. A 22% contingency of $10,000 was included. Final amount with contingency is $55,000 to Hudson Electric Company.
That was mine. Madam Chair, I had a question about this, and it's just really simple. Is this the same DFAX building that we just finished renovating and doing all that work on?
That would be correct.
Okay, how do they have an emergency request for an electrical repair in the building? It's not even a year old. I mean, the renovations hadn't taken place.
This was something that was not a part of the renovations. Apparently, the wiring of the entire building was not included in that renovation.
Should it have been?
In my opinion, yes. Because of the damage to the smoke, you can't see behind the walls, and you didn't know until you started actually utilizing the building.
Okay, all right, all right. Motion to approve. Well, we'll receive his information. Motion to receive his information.
I have a question. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I have a question. So thank you so much, Mr. Lampkin, Director Lampkin. When the directives were given and the invoice was paid, were there not line items on the invoice stating what work they would be doing?
When I took over here in Central Services, this electrical work was not a part of the project. So
Yes,
that
sir.
project was complete. And when I took over at Central Services, they were in the process of moving in. This is one of those things that the wiring is behind the wall, so you wouldn't know until you started having some issues. And what we're having now, some issues with the HVAC units that's causing them to trip because of the electrical. So all that electrical has to be replaced at this time.
Thank you so much.
You want to do that without objection since it's being received as information? I believe that is, Madam Chair.
All right, and
All right, so is everything okay?
that's right. You don't have quorum, but you got it.
I'll be brief.
You got it.
We're going to call, well, we're not going to call anything. We don't have a quorum for engineering services, so if you're here for the engineering services part or any agenda item, we do not have a quorum for that. However, I would like to, well, I don't even know if I can do that either. I'd like to move this to the, can I move
commission?
partial? Can I move partial?
Well, you don't have a quorum to do any of it, but we can move all the items forward to the commission
Okay.
meeting,
Yeah, I will. Oh, hold on.
except for the minutes.
All right, we'll move these items to the full commission due to the fact that we do not have a quorum. Well, apologies for any of those that are out there for the engineering services. Engineering services is adjourned.
All right, now we can call the finance
Shall we
committee.
tell them that?
All right, we're going to call the finance committee meeting to order. Thank you. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, we're going to, would like to present a consent agenda for items number 1, items 4, and item 5, excuse me. There's a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. It's unanimous.
All right, item number 2.
Item 2 is the addition of a capital account line to the mayor's budget for surplus funds from the 2023 budget.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I put this request in on, I guess, on the guidance and advice from our finance department that we have the ability for surplus funds to add a surplus line for capital in our budget. We had an excess of $75,000, I think, in our 2023 budget, and we wanted a part of that to be moved as a capital line for future purchases of anything that we needed.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's get the finance director to the podium to speak to this item, to speak to this matter. Director Williams, welcome.
Yes, sir.
Quick question before you begin. When a budget has a surplus, what typically happens in that situation?
Right. Normally, at the fund level, the surplus revenue over expenditures gets rolled forward. That goes into fund balance. The conversation that I had with the mayor and his staff indicated that in order to roll forward any unused funds from the 23 budget, that effectively creates an increase to the level of their 24 budget, and as such, it would require commission action, which is what led us here.
So doing so would technically be an increase in the mayor's office budget by $75,000. I mean,
By
how much
whatever
was it?
amount is approved. I was not provided an amount.
Yeah, and those funds were from a surplus of unspent dollars for our 23 budget. So it's not per se an added burden to the taxpayer. It's just funds that we did not use in 23.
Okay. Are other departments able to do that?
No, sir.
Other departments don't have that ability?
No one is allowed to do that without commission approval, which is effectively what this would be.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Scott.
That's the clarity that I wanted to. Could other departments keep money or add money that they did not spend? And
that it is only technically, it is an increase to their '24 budget, which has already been approved. Any increases to budgets require commission approval, which would be what this action would require. Y'all approving carryover or unused funds, unspent funds from, in this case, the mayor's 2023 budget to be carried forward to his '24 budget, which would increase the approved level of his '24 budget and allow him to accomplish what's outlined here.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was not an increase in the budget that we approved?
Yes, ma'am. You've already approved and set the '24 budget.
Right, but the additional money that he's asking for today,
right, that would be an increase to his '24 budget caused by use of funds from the carryover from '23. So you would effectively, if the mayor has stated $75,000, so that's $75,000 that normally would go into your fund balance. It won't go into your fund balance. It will be a line item for increase to the elected officials' budget, and the revenue source is fund balance.
You good, Commissioner?
That's how the accounting process works.
So let me ask you this question. In the event, let's just use, for instance, planning, since Ms. Delaney's here. If at the end of her budget year, she has $45,000 in a surplus in her budget, how is it that she would even be allowed to ask for that surplus to roll over? Because during the budget cycle, isn't she required to zero out her budget? How does that work?
She would do effectively this very same procedure.
But during the budget cycle?
No, sir.
Okay.
She would come to you, because during the budget cycle, no one is going to have the clear idea of what funds are left in their current year budget.
Okay.
They may be able to project that, but the budgeting policy of Augusta is that, except for capital outlay projects, operating appropriations lapse at year end. So that's step one. Now, if a department has unused funds at the end of the year, then that would be a source of funding for their request to be able to get their current year budget increased.
I see. I got you. So based on just your experience, have we done this before for any other departments or any other elected officials that you can remember?
I go back a long time, so
Dig
I'm
deep,
not going
Donna.
to say it's never been done before. I'm saying that it is, this is the only way to accomplish it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you. This is probably the reason why most departments spend all their budget money that they have before the end of the year. So, in other words, it's like having a vacation. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it, in other words, at the end of the year. But I have a question for the mayor. As far as this capital account line, Mayor, what is this going to be utilized for?
Probably for office furniture for 2024. And I'm going to ask my chief. I don't think it's 75,000. What was the number that we requested to be moved to capital?
Yes, come to the podium. Don't go too far, Donna. Stay nearby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners. What was your question? I'm sorry.
What was the amount that we determined we could, our request would be for this body to consider to move to a capital line item?
After the discussion that we had this morning with Ms. Williams, we're looking at $56,720,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
Okay.
And so as of this past year, he could have spent that money and nobody said a word. And, you know, I appreciate him being conservative like he is, but, you know, I'll make a motion to put the 56,000, apply 56,000 to his budget for this year take it out of contingency.
Commissioner, we don't need all of that. I mean, I think our request was going to be somewhere around 25,000. We can give the rest back to the budget surplus.
That's very good, Mayor.
Yeah.
Because at the time when we spoke to Madam Administrator in her office, we were also waiting for the total balance of what we would have left after all of our expenditures had been taken care of. So at this time, we were just trying to get enough money for the actual project that we were trying to accomplish, but the return of that money or any extra would not be an issue to be returned. So that was the request of the mayor, which is what we expressed to the administrator at the time making this request.
So what is the amount that you need, Mayor?
$25,000. And the remaining can go back to the surplus balance.
I'll make a motion for that. I don't.
The question, Mr. Mayor, the administrator was trying to make sure we had enough for the furniture. So.
Probably between this year and next year, we'll be fine. We'll make it work. We've already stated that it's our intent to try to get back as much money that we don't use. So.
Yes, sir. So yeah, that would be fine.
What's your ask, Mr. Mayor? Your total
$25,000 of our remaining surplus from the 2023 budget be moved to a capital line.
I motion it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
$25,000.
There's a motion and a second. I just want to say, I don't necessarily have an issue with this, but it is effectively a $25,000 budget increase. And, to a degree, the mayor's office led the charge on budget cuts this year. And what I want to make sure that we're communicating clearly, because we have department heads watching us, is that, and I'm not trying to get into no argument, I'm just speaking clearly so that our department heads can understand what we're saying here. We don't want to create a precedence that we would not approve for department heads when they come forward with the same ask. So again, I don't have an issue with it. It's $25,000 out of a surplus, but be aware that if the department heads come forward and they ask for the same grace, there should be crickets from the body, especially being that budget cuts are something that was agreed upon by this body. But with that, there's a motion and a second. If there's no more discussion, we will vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're in the
Sir, with all due respect, I beg to differ in that our budget was cut more than 10% of our ask for 2023. We run our department in a very fiscal way. We were made aware of the capital line based on our conversation with the administrator, based on our conversation with finance, and I don't think this should in no way reflect that this is a budget increase for 2024. These are dollars that were not used in 2023. And we just asked for a portion of them to be moved to 2024 for if we should need it. Now, it may come 2024, we don't use the dollars. We don't intend to spend any money that we don't need. That's who we've always been. But in the event we need the money, it'd be great to have it.
Yes, sir. I don't disagree with you at all about that. I don't disagree with you at all. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't have $25,000 in your budget now, and we give you $25,000, that's an increase in your budget. So that's a budget increase. But we're not, like I said, I don't intend to argue about it. It's just a statement. Excuse me, sir?
He could sneeze and you'll
No, it's not that. I think at the end of the day, you just shared about being fiscally conservative, and that's what we want to be. But again, I said that not to negatively address the mayor, Mr. Guilfoyle, because that's not the case. I said that because we have department heads watching, and if department heads come before us and ask for additional dollars in this fashion, we have to be prepared to support their ask as well. And that was my position on that. If you took it any other way, I can't account for that. We have a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a motion to discuss the current ARP balance and previous requested allocations.
I'm not sure whose item this was, but
the administrator.
Administrator Dowse.
I apologize for my voice, but these are things I do not feel comfortable in passing on to someone else to speak on my behalf. On November 14th, there was a budget work session. As you all know, no actions can take place during budget work sessions. No votes take place. But during that discussion, one key item was to add $350,000 to the engineering for streamlining of right-of-way maintenance from ARP. Because that was a budget work session, on November 21st, when the budget was presented to the commission, there was a motion to take a 1% cut from the administrator's proposed budget. As a result of that action, the $350,000 that was discussed to come from ARP for engineering, streamlining, right-of-way maintenance, that action never took place. Right now, there's about $1 million left in your ARP unallocated balance. Engineering has expressed still a continued need for that $350,000. In order for $350,000 to be transferred from ARP, this body would have to make a motion for that transfer because, as I stated previously, when the discussion took place during the work session, that was not a motion for action. So I would ask this body, how would you like to proceed?
All right, we have the, Mr. Mayor, you in the queue?
I am sorry, sir, I am not.
Okay. Commissioner from the 10th, Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the engineering department, I would like to see their proceeds go back to them because that's one department that we lean on heavily when it comes to any kind of issue, when we have a storm come in or drainage, and I would like to see them as a whole.
Okay. Administrator Dowse, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, I would recommend that Commissioner Guilfoyle make a motion to transfer the $350,000 from ARP to engineering maintenance of the streamlining right-of-way program.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, you able to do that?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. Madam Clerk, you heard just what the administrator said.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All right, any more discussion? Hearing none, we will vote. Ms. Bonner?
It's unanimous.
All right, and if I'm not mistaken, that's all of the business of the Finance Committee. This meeting is adjourned. Thank
Okay.
you.
Welcome to Public Safety. We don't have a quorum, Ms. Bonner,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
so
You're
we'll
right.
just move everything to the following week. Is that correct?
Okay, do you want these items to go forward to the full commission? And that's,
I'm not sure if one of them, we talked about putting it back on the committee.
well, I think our procedures states that they do. I went back. If you do not have a quorum for committee, items will be forwarded to the full commission.
Okay.
And that would not apply to the minutes of the Public Safety Committee, obviously.
All right, so when we talked to the Sheriff's Department earlier, we told them.
Yeah, we would like, well, Attorney Brown stated that because of what is being recommended, it will probably be better suited to come back to the committee.
Okay, so putting putting the smart grocery item number 6 on the committee the following week.
Considering what the request or the objective of the agenda item stated.
Okay, all right. So
Point of privilege.
all righty, so that must conclude public safety today.
Point of privilege.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry about that.
That's no problem. This is for the administrator, Madam Administrator, on the public safety. I know that we can't discuss anything. I know that the HR director is bringing forth the compression issues on the fire department. It was supposed to have been here last July. It's supposed to have been here this month. Can we make sure that we backdate it to January 1st as far as the back pay? They have been waiting patiently as far as on the fire department issue.
Commissioner, I would say that backdating it to January 1st when the plan hasn't been approved would be up to this body.
Right.
But do know that I met with the fire department last week, and all I'm waiting on now is approval from finance that funding is available.
Thank you so much.
But that would be up to this body.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Well, that concludes public safety. Thank you.
Gentlemen and ladies.